Good morning and welcome to the July 1st meeting of the CRA Board. We're happy to see everyone here in chambers. Thank you for participating. For those of you in chambers, and I know we have folks who are tuned in virtually as well, so thank you for tuning in. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Mr. Tedder, do we have any agenda modifications?
No, ma'am, we have no agenda modifications.
Okay, thank you. We would then move to presentations. I see that our Madam Chair of the CAC is with us online.
Oh, yeah. Minji.
Okay. Okay, if we can call her and let her speak on speaker through the phone, we can do that, do it the old-fashioned way. That still works. We'll come back to that. I see her. Can she still not hear us?
Minji.
Or tell her to say something. Maybe chat, send her a chat. And unmute her.
It's technology. Can't live with it. You can't live without it.
She's moving around. Madam Chair, can you hear us? Okay. You all want to keep working on that and we'll come back? Okay. We'll move to our public comment on agenda items. Ms. Williams Thompson.
Thank you very much. We have quite a few
Microphones.
Speaking to the mic.
We do have quite a few speakers on agenda items, so I guess I can just go ahead and get started on calling those names out. We do have quite a few of virtual speakers as well. I guess we'll take the in-person comments first. Speakers, what we'll do is we'll take your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to give your comments. So the first agenda, or the first person that I have that wanted to speak on an agenda item is Mr. Kayla Norris Barber on 7.02 and 7.07. I guess since there are two items, Mr. Barber, you will have 6 minutes to speak on those items. Followed behind him would be Mr. Jake Kiker, wanting to speak on agenda number 9.01, and Mr. Mataki Akbar on 7.03.
Good morning. Kayla Norris Barber, 527 West Brevard Street. First item, 7.02, Frenchtown Quarters and Marketplace. It's a great project, but there's virtually no benefit of this project to the residents of Frenchtown. $6.5 million that was originally framed as a grant is now being framed as a loan. Actually competes with funding for the implementation of the Neighborhood First Plan. The project did not go through procurement process. I don't understand why people who are foreign to this community comes into our community and gets carte blanche treatment when people from our community make proposals. We go through the process, go through the procurement process. In addition, the way I read the Florida statutes 163.380 requires that you issue an RFP at least 30 days before you let the project, and it requires a public hearing. Neighborhood has basically said that they could support the project if it included a grocery store, and that would be basically the only benefit to us. So that's kind of the sentiment of the neighborhood and the residents of the neighborhood. On issue, what was it, Sheila, what was the other one, 7.04 or 5?
04.
07.
07. The CAC bylaws, we kind of anticipated that the way the city would handle this problem would be just to change the bylaws. The problem that you have is that this change will put you and us in a position where you may not and will not have any residents from Frenchtown on the CAC. As a matter of fact, as it stands right now, there isn't a resident who lives in the Frenchtown CRA on the CAC. The bylaws were weak from the beginning because if you have bylaws that will allow a non-voting member to be chairperson, I mean, I think that's unprecedented, but that's what we have. Please consider fixing the problem, make sure, at least put some kind of safeguard that would ensure we have at least one resident from Frenchtown on the committee. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Jake Kiker, followed by Mr. Mataki Akbar, followed by Mr. Rod McQueen.
Thank you all. I won't take much time. I'm actually here just to speak and answer any questions. I know we're much further down the agenda, and you all have a lot more before you. But as I promised Mr. Tedder and also Attorney Norvell, we also have an agreement in principle we've been working with over the last couple of weeks and did get confirmation from our board that the agreement as presented right now has our approval. And so to the extent you all are ready to move forward, we're ready to move forward. So again, I'll be here to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mataki Akbar, agenda item number 7.03, followed by Mr. Rod McQueen, agenda item number 7.05, followed by Ms. Maggie Lewis Butler.
Good morning. I'm actually going to yield my time. I didn't realize I was a part of the presentation for that agenda item, so I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Rod McQueen, agenda item number 7.05, followed by Ms. Maggie Lewis Butler, followed by Ms. Cheryl Collier-Brown.
Good morning, Commissioners and Board. My name is Rod McQueen, speaking on behalf of the Capital City Chamber. Address is 1020 East Lafayette Street. I also sit as a representative for the Capital City Chamber on the CAC Board. Item 7.05 was when it was agendaed to to be reviewed by the CAC committee. The application by the committee was denied. However, the project itself is an outstanding project, and it would do the great benefit to this community. The denial of the application was based solely on the interaction between the developer and one of the CAC members, not based on the project itself. And I qualified my vote as a CAC member representing the Capital City Chamber. This project was an excellent project, and I stand behind it 100%. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Ms. Maggie Lewis Butler, followed by Ms. Cheryl Collier Brown. Mrs. Cheryl Collier Brown is indicating to speak on 3 items.
Hey, Maggie.
Our school board member and longtime supporter in our community, Ms. Maggie Lewis Butler. Glad to see you in chamber.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning to Mayor Daley, our Mayor Pro Temp, and our commissioners and staff. I'm Maggie B. Lewis Butler, 419 Mercury Drive. I have lived on this south side 54 years. Counting up. I'm a retired educator, retired school board member, retired from Wayne County School System. Thank you. I want to thank you, the mayor and the commissioners, for what you all have done for the community thus far. Thank you. I'm here because I'm on the board for the Safe Space organization sponsored by Jesus Church, nonprofit. As you know, being on the south side, I've seen the good and not so good. I've seen the good and not so good. I've seen the good and presently not so good. And because of that, we're trying to get a facility on the south side that will accommodate underserved students and families. As you know, in order to get that done, we have to rely on our city because we want Tallahassee to remain the first-class city that it is. And we cannot let Tallahassee be like a seesaw, one side up and one side down. So we need to balance Tallahassee. And the way we can balance Tallahassee is making sure that initiatives are in certain environments. And as I taught embryology, and in teaching embryology, I had an incubator, and students had teams of 5, meaning that every once in a while, by a time zone, they had to turn the eggs. But this is an incubator that I'm asking for the South Side, that we have to turn the eggs. There are people on the South Side that have skills, and we need to make sure those skills are implemented. We can make sure those skills are implemented by making sure plumbing is in place. We can make sure, plumbing is very expensive. We can make sure that construction is in place. We can make sure that music is in place, sound initiative. There are many techniques that we can make sure that's in place for the underserved students and families that live on the South Side. We need your help. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker we have is Ms. Cheryl Collier Brown, who is wanting to speak on 3 agenda item numbers, 7.01, 7.02, 7.03. You would actually have 3 minutes for each item. Name and address for the record, please. Followed by her will be Mr. Antonio Jefferson, followed by that, Ms. Vanessa Roos on 7.01. Thank you.
Good morning, Cheryl Collier Brown, 217 West Brevard Street. And I will indicate to you that I do sit on the CAC, and I am a concerned citizen placed on the CAC, so I don't actually live in the CAC, but I do serve diligently on the CAC because I beg you all to put me on there. Secondly, I'm up here to support the Frenchtown Quarter and the Frenchtown Neighborhood First Plan. I still have reservations that's sitting on the CAC about Magnolia, affordable housing, and the South City Business Job Incubator. I think you've read our comments, and I think Minja will be on to explain, and I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Antonio Jefferson, name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes, and I have you down for agenda item number 7.02. On the dais is our light that's going to go from green to yellow to red, indicating that your time is up.
Yes, ma'am. Antonio Jefferson, President and CEO of the Big Bend Minority Chamber of Commerce, address 914 Railroad Avenue, suite number 32. Commissioners, I stand today in support of the agenda item 7.02. The one thing is certain here is that you as a governing body have to create certainty for business. That is the only way in which our community succeeds. That's the only way we're going to attract private sector or continue to attract private sector investment in this community that currently rests either outside of the community or maybe inside the community from businesses that's looking to seek or seeking to expand in our community. I'm asking for you, this project has gone on well long enough for us to get to the point of proceeding. I think at the last meeting, I did hear our mayor speak as to his concern about how the project had unfolded over the course of the many months in which that this has been being discussed. And I understand that. And so should we ask the question as to what will this look like should you make this investment? Well, there's a lot of things that are going to begin to unfold because you simply voted in support of this project proceeding. Businesses, as we reach out and create opportunities like this, we change the dynamics of the community. If you go down Gaines Street, had you not been bold and had the community and had investors not been bold, we wouldn't be where we are. Railroad Square, we're having continued investments there. So today I'm asking that you please vote in support of 7.02 proceeding so that our community can continue to grow. And I am sure that the developers and all parties of interest in this project will ensure that the residents of Frenchtown realize a project that's going to keep that community a healthy community. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Ms. Williams, I understand that we have our technical difficulties squared away. So let's break so that the chair can make her presentation and not wait until all of our speakers are done since we have so many. Are we ready, team? Okay. Madam Chair?
Thought we were ready.
Go ahead.
Hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you for, I hope this is clear. On my end, it's a little echoey, so I can't clearly make out what's being said, but I hope mine is at least delivered clearly. Good morning, board members. Thank you for this opportunity to update you on behalf of the Greater Frenchtown Southside Citizens Advisory Committee. I apologize that I can't be there in person today. I'm calling in from Seoul, South Korea. The CAC has spent a lot of time delivering many of the items under number 7, Greater Frenchtown Southside District Policy Formation. So I want to spend some time on each of these items, which will probably take longer than my usual updates, but I do want to make sure that the board is clearly aware of the CAC's position on each of these items, and also do justice to the level of commitment and integrity displayed by the CAC members in delivering these important projects. So first of all, on 7.101, South City Business and Jobs Incubator, I've given an update at a previous meeting, but briefly wanted to reiterate that the reason why the CAC recommends rejection of the feasibility study is because we have found the study to be unconvincing due to its lack of rigor in study methodology and analysis, and does not prove that the project will be feasible in the long run. Moving on to Frenchtown Quarters and Marketplace project 7.02. As you are aware of, the CAC is generally on board and in supportive of the project, but I do want to start by reminding you that the most important aspect for the Frenchtown community was how the ground floor space is going to be used in the future. So, and this is, from here on, I'll be speaking as one member of the CAC because the CAC members did not have time to review and discuss the CBA, the Community Benefit Agreement that's presented to you today. We did not receive any draft form of CBA before the agenda materials were sent out, and and we'll discuss. I'll briefly talk about this in the next CBA guidelines document, but I hope this is certainly not the case and not the norm moving forward. So briefly stated, I think and this is me again, as one member of the CAC, I think the current CBA falls short of delivering the promises that has been made to the community. Again, the most important aspect for the Frenchtown community was how the ground floor space will be used in the future. However, if you read the CBA document, item number 13, which says market, with the heading market, it simply says the Frenchtown quarters and the marketplace shall make a good faith effort to secure tenants in the commercial space, and this is me reading verbatim, for a public market or fresh food, grocery anchor option. Space shall be reserved for the public market or fresh food grocery anchor for 2 years from the date of the payment of the first installment, unless extended at the proponent's sole discretion. And this is it. This language does not ensure that the outcomes desired by the community members will in fact be delivered. For example, the current language does not say anything about the affordability of the commercial space. When Mr. Brown presented the project to the CAC at our May meeting, he stated verbally that he will provide the ground floor commercial space at a below market rate and even indicated willingness to provide the space for free for the right tenant. It also does not say anything about what should happen if Mr. Brown fails to find the businesses offering fresh food. It simply says he'll try for 2 years, and if he fails, either willingly or unwillingly, there's no leverage for the city to direct or influence how the space will be used. So in the very least, I do believe that you need to secure a written, not verbal commitment from Mr. Brown regarding his, first of all, commitment to work with the neighborhood groups to deliver fresh food option, and that he'll offer the space at below market rate rent. And third, if he cannot deliver the fresh food option, I believe the city should leave a leverage to have a say in what goes on in that space rather than letting it completely up to the proponent. And as an example, the city can perhaps work with Mr. Brown in such instance to identify potential nonprofit service providers or local small businesses that might be interested in renting the space. And so without such safety valves, I think I'm afraid that the promises that have been made to the community might not be delivered, which would impair the level of trust that's been building up between the community and the CRA. So I hope that you strongly and seriously reconsider this funding request, because again, I believe that the community benefit agreement as written does not ensure the desired outcome and the promises that have been made to the community. And then relatedly on the agenda item 7.06, the community benefit agreement, this document is somewhat designed and proposed to correct for what we're seeing with the Frenchtown Quarters project. The CAC is essentially proposing that the CRA adopt this process document that will guide future CBA negotiation process. There are multiple aspects that are new and important, but the most important aspect is that the CAC will be unwilling to review an application if we do not see a draft CBA agreement as part of the materials that are presented to us. So that I wanted to point out is the most important and largest change in terms of how it's been done thus far and how we want to see it moving forward. And I was just jumping around a little bit, but coming back to 7.03 Neighborhood First Plan, the CAC is and what has been in fully support of the rigorous neighborhood planning process, and would urge the board to approve the funding request to fund the Neighborhood First Plan, Frenchtown Neighborhood First Plan. And same goes with the next agenda item, 7.04, the Norman G. Leadership Project. We believe that the proponent has put substantial equity into the project and has a very viable and important project that will help the community. Next item on the agenda is 7.05, Magnolia Oaks Development. CAC members, including myself, feel pretty strongly about this project. The CAC strongly recommended rejecting this funding application at our June meeting for a number of reasons. At our April meeting, when the project first came to us, the CAC members collectively suggested important steps that must be taken, such as community engagement before the project can be considered for CRA assistance. When the proponent came back in June, it was clear that the applicant did not take the CAC recommendations seriously. So for example, the applicant has put no real substantial effort to connect with established neighborhood organizations. They reported reaching out to one of the members of the existing neighborhood organization and simply said that they did not hear back. The applicant also made no effort to discuss and identify a list of additional community benefits that will make the CAC and the community members more supportive of the project. And again, CAC members wanted to discuss and potentially willing to entertain the project further if we can enter into such conversation. Most importantly, the applicant has admitted that the project will be built without CRA support at both our April and June meetings. Invaluable public money should not be given to projects that will be doable without the subsidy. The buck-for test that we always hear about must always guide the use of public subsidies. The applicant is arguing that they need CRA assistance because of the significant cost creep that their financing gap is much larger than they were originally anticipated. But development business is by definition risky, and McDowell Housing Partners is investing in such deals, such as the current project, with the expectation that there are risks associated with that investment. And so the CRA money should not be used to absorb such risks when they arise, and simply ensure that the developers get their expected returns. The McDowell Company is a national real estate investment company that is well structured, capitalized, I believe, or is well positioned to absorb the risk internally. And so the project does not need or warrant the CRA assistance in CAC's opinion. And finally, this might be a little bit of a different point, but the CAC members, and including myself, felt like we have been disrespectfully treated at our June meeting. The CAC members asked hard questions to the proponent and challenged their need for assistance, and the proponent was offended and simply pulled out of the discussion. So for the above reasons, I want to reemphasize that the CAC strongly recommends against approving this funding application. And this last point is me speaking as the chair, or I'm sorry, the one member of the CAC, that if the CRA board grants the subsidy, despite the clear recommendation from the CAC, I think the action will greatly undermine the efforts that the CAC have been putting in to really strengthen the transparency and accountability of the CRA funding procedure. So I will end my remark on the Magnolia Oaks proposal. And then finally on agenda item 7.07, the amendment to the CAC bylaw, it was unfortunate that the two key members of the CAC could not participate at our last meeting due to eligibility issues, which was pertaining to the old bylaw. So we thus support this change so that the two members can be reinstated as soon as possible. And lastly, this is not under number 7, but agenda item 9.02, the budget. The CAC members and CRA staff had a good discussion at our June meeting, and we also had a series of iterations over emails over the past week or so. The CAC members, I believe, are generally on board with the overall budget, but there's really one point that's that's been consistently unclear, which is about uncommitted funds. I was trying to, wrap my head around reviewing the agenda materials that were uploaded today, but I still didn't get a clear picture of what that meant and how much we have, et cetera. So I hope the staff presentation today provides some clarity on this issue. With that, I will end my update, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have them. And I hope to be around and stick around for most part of this meeting, so I'll be here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the CAC members who come time and time again and volunteer your time. And I will say that I've been concerned that these meetings are lasting to 10, 11 o'clock at night, starting at 6. We've got to figure something out, because that's, in my opinion, too long and too late for residents to be out on a volunteer basis for an advisory committee. So we've got to figure something out about shortening those meetings. And so I've been concerned. I'll just say that, and I don't have an answer for it yet, but thank you all for your service. It's absolutely appreciated. And thank you for those of you who've already spoken. And we're going to now resume our regularly scheduled, unless you all have questions for Madam Chair, comments. If not, we will resume our speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker that I had listed was Ms. Vanessa Rouse, followed by Mr. Stanley Sims on 2 agenda item numbers, and Ms. Donna Cottrell on agenda item number 7.01. Name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Vanessa Rouse at 2768 Chumley Circle. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. And I would like to echo, I went to the last, well, maybe not the last, but I went to a recent CAC meeting and was there until 10. Was very impressed by the community members that came together to serve in that role, and the dialogue was very interesting. And so I agree that's a really, really important role that they're all serving. So anyway, I'm here in support of agenda item 7.01, the Job Incubator and Training Project. I am the board chair of the Safe Spaces for Kids program, where I've had the opportunity to work with former Mayor Dot Emmon Johnson and Pastor Lee Johnson for years, and I have seen their success firsthand on the South Side, where they put various programs in place and keep delivering to help the families out there. And I could go on, but I won't spend my time on that. And so I am very excited about this job proposal that they've put forth, because to me, the economic segregation that we have here in Tallahassee is one of the biggest issues that we need to deal with. And this is a solution that is a long-term, forward-thinking solution that would help families for generations to come. It's not just helping them today, but it's helping develop a better future. And so I think it's very exciting. I've been here to speak with you guys before, and as I said, I've been to that CIC meeting, and I appreciate all the dialogue. What I'm seeing is that there's a lot of consensus that we have a problem, we need to solve it, but we have concerns about this little piece or whatever. And so what I'm asking of you today is, if it would be really amazing to try to figure out how to move something like this forward, rather than, hey, it's what you guys presented is not going to work, or this is not going to work, but how can we do this? Something's got to happen. I think a jobs program that brings the solution to the community where it is needed. We know there's a lot of research that shows that, in especially under-resourced areas, the folks aren't leaving the community often. A lot of them aren't leaving the community. And so to bring the services there where they are needed is huge. So I'm just trying to figure out how we can work together on this and get something like this moving forward. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, we have Mr. Stanley Sims, name and address for the record, 3 minutes, and he did indicate wanting to speak on 2 items, 3 minutes apiece, 6 minutes, light red, yellow to green. No, green, yellow to red.
All right, you done started me on yellow.
I'm gonna fix it.
All right, once you get them lights ready. Good morning, I'm Stanley Sims, 603 Martin Luther King Boulevard. I am so privileged to be here with you in the presence, former school board member, Maggie Lewis, who has known me before I knew me, and just turn around and see Dr. Henderson here, who has done so much for the advancement of our minority children in underserved areas to ensure that they walk down FAMU Way with a different education. So I'm very privileged to be here today. And so, Curtis, Commissioner Richardson, while they're here, I'm going to really be on my very, very best behavior. And let the church say amen. And so, and also, I get a lot of feedback, Commissioner Richardson, because me and you, we dance sometimes and sometimes we fight. But I want to tell this community when I was in my ugliest, because he knows how I feel about Florida A&M University. He knows how I feel about that. He knows how deep that goes. And he reached out to me defending my school institution, maybe in not the perfect, proper way, and drew me in. That's why I like him. Despite we have our differences, he knows my heart. And just like I can say that publicly, I say other things publicly, because he knows when I'm up here, it's about my heart for this community. Which leads me to this. I wasn't going to talk on 702 because Mr. Antonio Jefferson has done such an eloquent job, and I didn't want to mess it up and start comparing it. No, I better leave it long where it is. But on the direction of this CRA board, this is critical. And the reason why these meetings are going so long like they are is we don't have an executive director. It is demonstrated with the level of projects that are coming in, mixed with the level of community interest. Much as I love this rattler, he cannot manage the two. And Frenchtown is suffering economically, environmentally, humanistically, economically, politically, chick-a-tick-a-tick. Name it. Healthily, we suffering. And it's time out for dazzles and promises. I want results. And giving us results is giving us an executive director, someone who's already doing it, who's handcuffed. So let's take those handcuffs off her today. Let's give her a name. Y'all know me, I don't call, I don't hide behind buildings. I call it like I said, Sherry deserves an opportunity. Just like our city manager deserves an opportunity that you provided for him. Equity. Will provide that opportunity. That's just the truth. That's where I sit. She walked with me when those children were walking in the middle of dangerous roads. She did. Couldn't get the city manager. Wayne felt like he could go and look on his own. But I told Commissioner Matlow, that's the problem. We've been looking at Frenchtown through blue eyes. Come look at them through brown. Y'all ain't gonna help me. See, when you look through them through brown eyes, you see 6 trees, Commissioner Cox, with history of marks, boom, being hit. Years of that. Now, that would not be tolerated on Meridian Road. Why? Because that has already been corrected. Equity. Equity. Commissioner Cox, they spank your hand because you stick out your neck, but don't open their mouth when you leverage $6.4 million to come to the Frenchtown community. Yeah, I call it like I said. Commissioner Porter, I love you so much, and you know I love you, and I just wish your supporters would know that I love you, because you and I have an understanding. I took her to Economy Drugstore. Let her see it through brown eyes. Y'all don't play that, I got 3 more minutes. And here's what she did. She didn't just come look, but she reached into her pocket. I took a picture of it. I put it on Facebook.
Mr. Sims?
That's my 6 minutes?
Yes, sir.
So here's the story in closing and conclusion. Stop razzling and dazzling us, because we ain't falling for it no.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. I have Ms. Donna Cottrell. After that, we do have 7 speakers on the same agenda item number 7.02. I don't know if they're all going to say the same thing, but I can call out those names as well. Directly behind Ms. Cottrell will be those 7 speakers on 7.02. Your name and address for the record, please, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Donna Cottrell, Tallahassee, Florida, and I am so grateful that there are improvements coming to the South Side. I live in the Bond community. I actually came across a study that was done or produced in 2015 called City of Tallahassee South City Technical Assistance Plan. It's online, it's out there. If you get a chance to read it, there's some amazing suggestions that were made. One of them being providing or extending the digital canopy down to the South Side. If we had that extension done on their suggestion years ago, many of the children on the South Side would have had a better opportunity of connecting for their virtual school lessons. This study was chaired by David Powell and Dr. David Brill. And I would suggest you get in touch with them if you can. They had some suggestions about connecting FAMU to South City, opening up Putnam Drive. Sidewalks were mentioned several times in this study. And it's disappointing to know that this information was available in 2015. And we haven't seen much improvement in terms of sidewalks, pedestrian access, especially from FAMU to South City. If we really want to be inclusive, working with our university campus, make those access points accessible and easy to navigate using lighting, making greenways that are open. The economic development piece, I think, would be enhanced by that if you include the FAMU community. I was in a meeting and quite surprised to hear someone say that there was he had a difficult time with diversity because there's a lack of talent and experienced individuals in the pool. We are in a city with one of the largest HBCUs in the country. There's no reason why we can't incorporate that into this plan if we haven't already. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Next speaker for agenda item number 7.02, we have Dr. Linda Fortenberry, Dr. Claudette Harrell, followed by Reverend Don Tolliver, followed by Mr. Kenneth Tate, followed by Dr. Marilyn Jackson, followed by Mr. Keith Bowers, followed by Dr. Marvin Henderson. Okay?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Chairperson, and members of the board. I'm Linda Fortenberry, 933 Piney Z Plantation Road, a member of the Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, pastored by Reverend Dr. R.B. Holmes, where I serve as Director of Christian Education and Institutional Development. Pastor Holmes was unable to be here this morning and asked me to read into the public record his statement regarding the Frenchtown Quarters and Marketplace. Greetings to the board. Bethel Missionary Baptist Church has been an inspirational mainstay in the lives of Tallahassee citizens for nearly 151 years. From our humble beginnings to our current status, Bethel has championed spiritual enlightenment, economic empowerment, and social justice for humankind. Although Bethel celebrated the completion of its first church building in 1870 as the moment of its official origin, the beginnings of our great church trace back to the early 1830s. Then enslaved blacks worshiped the Lord on John Park Hill's Leon County plantation. We thank the countless number of men and women who gave their time, talents, and resources in allowing Bethel to do God's work. Today, Bethel is one of the largest property owners in the Frenchtown Greater Southside CRA. We invested in Frenchtown, believing in the potential of our people and the value of its property well before anyone else. Our community ministry is well chronicled on our website, but a few examples include the Strip Mall and Bethel Family Restaurant, the Bethel Family Life Center, the Bethel Counseling Center partnering with Appalachia, the Bethel Christian Academy, the Bethel Towers, the Carolina Oak Subdivision, and the Bethel Mobile Medical Unit, which was recently purchased by Bethel for the purpose of reaching the lost, the least, and the left out. These are but a few examples of Bethel's over 50 ministries. We plan to be a beacon of hope, inspiration, and spirituality. Further, we understand the impact of our real estate, but we truly support Mr. Tony Brown and his efforts to revitalize the community and align with our motto of transforming the lives of people for the glory of God. We are well vested in Frenchtown. Let us continue this great community partnership. We encourage you to approve the development agreement, providing for the sale of the CRA-owned land and providing a loan of $6.5 million. Signed, Reverend Dr. R.B. Holmes, pastor of the Bethel Missionary Baptist Church. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Dr. Claudette Harrell, followed by Reverend Don Tolliver.
Good morning.
Good morning.
To the members of the board, Chair Williams Cox, Vice Chair Daly, and the other members on the board, and those sitting at the dais. My name is Dr. Claudette Harrell, 1017 Epping Forest Drive. I count it a pleasure to come before you to support the developer, Tony Brown, in this effort. In reflection, past agenda items show that the developer, Tony Brown, and the city's Community Redevelopment Agency worked in tandem since May 2017, with a focus of Frenchtown remaining a great place to live, a centerpiece of economic activities, and sustainability for businesses. It appears that for the past years, this project continues to offer a transformative plan that changes the landscape of the Frenchtown community. Initially, starting as a large-scale catalytic initiative inclusive of many amenities through vetting processes, changes to the overall plan, and community engagement, the project remains significant to revitalizing this historic neighborhood in constructing affordable housing, engagement of minority business, enterprise ownership, and working with stakeholders. The updated Frenchtown Quarters and Marketplace project aims to morph into a lasting transition for the Tallahassee community. As a reminder, Vice Chair Daley, through your optimism, I read in an article authored by Marina Brown entitled Plotting Frenchtown's Future, Commitment to Renewing Community Remains Strong, dated December the 9th, 2020. I quote, Frenchtown is the oldest African-American community in the state of Florida, as per the mayor, and it is important to the entire city of Tallahassee. We can bring it back, your words. It can be done, your words. As a member of the Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, under the leader of Dr. R.B. Holmes Jr., our pastor, we support developer Tony Brown in building affordable homes in the Frenchtown community to bring back economic redevelopment and a mixed-use residential retail commercial program. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. We encourage you to vote for this project and to allow this project to advance forward. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Next speaker we have as Reverend Don Tolliver, followed by Mr. Kenneth Tate. Name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Reverend Don Tolliver, 302 Bermuda Road, Tallahassee, Florida. Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for this opportunity, Chair, Vice Chair, Director, board members, and staff. This morning, I stand in support of the Frenchtown Marketplace project that Tony Brown is the developer. I am a member of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church for some 43 years now. Bethel Missionary Baptist Church has been around for 151 years. I started my ministry on some of the same property that we're talking about acquiring at the old shelter. First 2 years of my ministry started at the shelter. That's where Reverend Holmes stated, if you were called to preach, preach to those who need it. So this morning, I serve as a messenger to you. The message that I have to you today is to support this project. Not because I said so, not because it's something good, because it's the right thing to do. Frenchtown is a viable community that has been around for a long time. To see the progress to continue to grow and prosper is what we want to see. I understand some disdainment, I understand some issues that people may have about the whole project, but being a stakeholder and a member of Bethel Missionary Baptist Church for over 43 years personally, I have an investment not only in Frenchtown, but the Tallahassee community as a whole, as each and every one of you do as well. The money, the projects, the things that we bring forward are duly necessary for the people in the community. And all I can say to you as a messenger, look at your heart, look at your mind, and look at what is needed in order to make this happen. I ask and pray that you remember that we have faith in you, but faith comes from Hebrews 11:1. It says, faith is the substance of things hoped for, but evidence of things are not seen. Today I see it, and I trust and believe you will do what's right. Thank you and amen.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Kenneth Tate, followed by Dr. Marilyn Jackson. Name and address for the record, please, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners and staff.
Good morning.
My name is Kenneth E. Tate, 2410 Miranda Avenue. I stand here to speak briefly on the project. I am asking for it to be affirmed by the board. Not only am I speaking as a general contractor and one of the people that are asked to look at projects in the church, but I'm also a 46-year member of this church. I understand the history of our involvement in the community. I understand the history of the community. I am a student and child of Pat Wee Nursery. I remember Mom picking me up and You're getting a pepper steak at El Dorado Restaurant, Super X Food Market. I was kept, I don't know how many times by Mama Tana, as my mother was pursuing her master's degree at Florida A&M. So I know Frenchtown. I ran around Frenchtown. Frenchtown raised me. Please don't think that Bethel doesn't have any skin in the game. Not only do we have copious physical investments, but we have innumerable human investments in this community. And we, of all people, of all organizations, wouldn't leave it to someone to do poorly on this project. We've vetted the situation. There's risk in everything, but we as the Bethel Church have we've made a commitment to this project. We have our resources behind it, both in the church and outside the church, and we're in it in as much as you are, Commissioner. So we ask that you vote this forward, and we go ahead and move forward toward bringing this block to its highest and best use. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Dr. Marilyn Jackson, followed by Mr. Keith Bowers. Name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Not today. Good morning, commissioners. I'll sing for you on another occasion. To our city commissioners and other esteemed officials, thank you for this opportunity to not just express support and excitement for the Frenchtown development potential, but to share in the possibility that lies ahead in following through with Mr. Tony Brown's development request. Bethel has witnessed, up close and personal, the positive impact that the tireless efforts of Mr. Brown has made on lives, culture, families, and spirit of our community through the development of land, business, home, and educational projects that offers a future and a hope in a world that is forever changing. A council of your makeup must recognize that there is special neighborhood interests that must move forward to assure a thriving economy, exceptional cultural values, and general quality of life. Therefore, the request from developer Tony Brown for the Frenchtown area must be appreciated and granted the green light to proceed. This investment is not about hands out, hands up, but hands in for the security, success, and endless perspective for Tallahassee's residents. Let's advance together, all hands in for Tallahassee. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Keith Bowers, followed by Dr. Marvin Henderson. Name and address for the record, Mr. Bowers, and you have 3 minutes.
Keith Bowers, 1548 Marion Avenue. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to voice my support for the Frenchtown Quarters Marketplace Community Benefit Agreement. The furtherance of this project is a continuation of Bethel's efforts to improve the quality of life in the Frenchtown community. Tony Brown has done an amazing job of forming a world-class development team with a proven track record in the development of affordable housing, and he also brings the credibility and the financial capacity to execute this vision. Moreover, the Frenchtown Quarters Marketplace project reflects the needs and aspirations of the stakeholders in the Frenchtown community and incorporate their feedback and input as it was ascertained through a number of community-wide forums. We feel that this project will serve as a catalyst in fostering long-term economic development and begin the next chapter in the revitalization of the Frenchtown community. I ask that you look favorably upon this request and support Frenchtown Marketplace. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Dr. Marvin Henderson, followed by Ms. Ann Roberts.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Marvin Henderson, 6937 Grenville Road, Tallahassee. Honorable Commissioners and members of the CRA, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today in support of Mr. Tony Brown and his effort to build affordable housing in our community. I'm a member at Bethel Missionary Baptist Church and the co-chairman of the Deacons Ministry. For over 150 years, Bethel Missionary Baptist Church has been involved in service to the community and has been a beacon of hope for many in the Tallahassee area. Under our current pastor, Dr. R.V. Holmes, that outreach is now extended to over 74 countries worldwide. Pastor Holmes believes that if we are to save the world, we must save our families and we must save our communities. As a Tallahassee native, I grew up in the Lincoln Heights community and have lived in this city over 71 years. No, I don't look a bit over 16. I am quite familiar with the Frenchtown area, which was a prosperous and bustling business and residential community. And as Brother Tate started talking about El Dorados and Mama Tana and Pat Wee Nursery and all those, it just brought back memories. In recent years, when this area was experiencing decline and was on life support, Bethel Missionary Baptist Church broadened its reach further by involving itself in community transformation, which included the development of the Carolina Oaks neighborhood, building homes for Habitat for Humanity, and other activities. And by doing so, Bethel demonstrated its commitment to honor the great history of the Frenchtown neighborhood and surrounding area. Mr. Tony Brown's commitment and respect for neighborhood integrity and history, combined with his track record in the real estate development arena, is impressive, industrious, and professional. He believes that every person in every community deserves to live in a safe, secure, vibrant community that generates opportunities to lead a better life. He understands that community-based businesses, learning centers, and recreation venues are vital to making this happen. He is committed to building for tomorrow, today. He's recognized locally and nationally for his contributions in community and economic development and has over 30 years of financing experience in banking and government lending programs involving a variety of tax credits, initiatives, and grants. In particular, his ability to transform neighborhoods through responsible development has been a hallmark of his prestigious career.
Dr. Henderson, if you could, please start
Oh, my
concluding your
goodness.
comments.
I thought I had plenty of time. Just Mr. Brown's proposal for building affordable housing in our area is another step toward the revitalization of Tallahassee historic greater Frenchtown area. I apologize. If given the opportunity to proceed, not only will the area experience new life, but countless citizens and families will be able to realize their dreams of home ownership, and the greater Tallahassee community will ultimately reap the benefits of this dynamic project. I ask for your support for Mr. Brown's project. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. We have Ms. Ann Roberts on 7.03, followed by, if she is here, Ms. Beverly Williams. And that would conclude our comments from citizens that are here. We do have a virtual speaker, Mr. Matt Epstein, but because we're having the technical difficulties, I'm not sure how we'll handle that, but he was wanting to speak on 4 items.
Okay, can we try to contact him by phone and so that we can hear? What was there, 1 or 2 virtual speakers?
1.
Okay, I thought you had 2 on the.
Beverly Williams.
Beverly's going to be speaking.
In person, I think.
She's in person now. Okay.
Oh, that's what our paper said. Okay, and Ms. Beverly Williams virtually as well.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you. My name is Ann Roberts.
I live at 512 West Carolina. And if you will notice the address, I am probably the only resident house owner all my life. Frenchtown, Tallahassee, Carolina Street. Everybody else comes in from their nice neighborhoods. And then they tell us how they live. And many times it's good, and many times it's unacceptable, such as those tall student housing buildings that this commission, not the present people, saw fit to give us. Sometimes I can't even see the sunlight. The building is so tall. But I'd like to talk about my neighborhood because I am a resident. And what is a resident? A resident is a person who gets up in the morning. You know how I get up in the morning? I'm retired. I get up 6 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning with the garbage truck's alarm. I later hear the trucks making their deliveries. Then at 7 o'clock, what races down my street? Cars coming this way to the Capitol. So all day long, I have something. I'm awakened by somebody that has no relationship to me. I try to take a nap because we old people like our naps. But the noise from the automobiles. If I had a clock on that street, I guess we'd clock it about 60 miles an hour. So it's terrible. And I go to bed with student partying, with music that I would not let anybody hear in my house. So that's the kind of life I'm currently living, that I was born into, and looks like I'm gonna die in it. Because every time we present a program or a plan, it's rejected or it's half done. And people have told me I have to prepare for change. Why is it that I have to do the changing? I've been there the longest. So I have to change to adapt to them. So I'm in support of this plan that we have labored years to develop. Frenchtown Neighborhood First Plan. And the one thing I'd like to say that I cannot sit down without saying, this is the best plan we've come up with thus far. I am sick and tired of tall buildings looming over me and all the noise that they bring with them. I want somebody, you the preacher, I want somebody to say residents matter, especially the elders, as I've learned that I'm called. If I have to wait much longer, I'm going to be a senior elder if there's such a creature. But I'd like to see this plan seriously considered and approved. I think the people from the city who worked with us were a delightful team. I especially like to congratulate John and Robin because we call them for everything. Robin, somebody's parked in my yard. Can you call somebody to get them out? So these things happen, and I'd like to see these recommendations adhered to. And John Daly promised me that anything I wanted in my neighborhood I could get. So I'm holding it to it.
Uh-oh.
Because we don't have any witnesses, but I remember you saying that, Brother John Daly.
Okay.
Next speaker, please.
That's it.
Are these our virtual speakers?
The next up would have been our virtual speakers.
Have we been able to reach them? If we can just get them on the telephone, regular old way. Okay, Mr. Epstein, can you hear me? Just call him. And let's call Ms. Williams as well. Because we have, when they register, we have a phone number for them, right? Oh, you have his email address?
Please bring him up.
You have him on the phone? Robin? Ms. Williams? Okay. When you get her, if you could just bring your phone to the microphone here, or a microphone. And who's calling Max?
Robin.
And she's calling Ms. Williams.
Oh,
Does anyone have Max's number? Okay.
You got Ms. Williams?
Hello?
Yes. All right, Max, I can hear you, man.
I am connected. I'd be happy to do this over the phone.
Okay. Okay. Max, you said you
Okay, is this through the phone right now?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Well, commissioners, thank you very much. I wish I could be there in person right now to see everyone, especially everyone that has been working on the Frenchtown neighborhood plan. I'm very excited to get this going. And this has been 20 years in the making, and it's time to get it going. I would like to speak on the CRA board membership and the director position. I think this might be the most important thing the CRA considers on this agenda and for a long time. I think it is time to put the community back into the Community Redevelopment Agency. And I listened to the, if I'm muted, we can't hear, but it's muted. Projects. So it's important to look at the makeup of this board, which does have a giant conflict of interest. Everyone that's sitting on that dais is from the city of Tallahassee, and we need checks.
I want to understand what he's saying. So what's that?
Really need the money.
Just call him on a regular old telephone, and let's just have that conversation. Give me his number, I'll call him.
Everything has already been done before we got to this point by the CAC. They have questions.
Is his service?
Looked at, and it should not go forward without it. As far as the CRA executive director, there should be a nationwide search. We could be a leader. Find someone who's already been doing this. Bring folks. This person. Again, I believe it should be the CAC. They've done a very good job of bidding projects so far. Now, as far as the South City Business Incubator, I support this project. Another area where the CRA this project has been come up because of a feasibility study. And you have the TLH Arts project going through without a feasibility study, without a lot of things. There is no consistency, very little from my perspective. Now, when we come to the Neighborhood First plan, it's time. It's time to get this thing going. And as you know, I'm concerned that there is not a
So is it his phone? Okay. Did he provide written comments?
She knows her neighborhood and what is needed there. They should be listened to when it comes to that project. So I appreciate your time, and I hope that thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Epstein. Your conversation was intermittent.
Wow, I'm fucking talking to myself.
And no, can you hear us? Your remarks were kind of intermittent, and I'm being told that it seems that your service is going in and out. So we heard parts of it, but if you want to submit your written comments, we can absolutely add those along with what we were able to make out to our records, so that we can have your full comments documented. And I promise that we will read them and take a look at them. Have we been able to get Ms. Williams? Okay. I have.
Oh, are you looking for Beverly Williams?
Yes, that's Ms. Williams we're looking for. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my internet connection was not working. It was intermittent, so I missed my first opportunity to address the board. Good morning, and thank you so very much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Frenchtown Neighborhood First Plan. And as indicated earlier when we presented the proposal to the CAC, this has been a long and well worth a project that we have finally seen come to fruition. And it is our desire that you will approve the budget request as presented, because we're all excited about the possibility of restoring, preserving, and empowering the citizens of Frenchtown in such a way that they will be proud of their neighborhood, and that it will be a hub for economic development, new services, new clientele, and just a bright spot in the downtown Tallahassee area. So I'm gonna end with that and just say that we are so pleased to have been able to reach this milestone, and we just are confident that if the monies are approved as requested, everybody involved will be proud of the outcomes. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Does that conclude our speakers?
It does.
Okay. Thank you again to all of our speakers who came out to speak, and those who spoke to us online. And thank you for all of you and your indulgence. This is very important. We value the engagement of our citizenry. Next, we will consider the consent agenda item.
Madam Chair.
Has anything been pulled from consent?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Move consent, Madam Chair.
Second. Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and second. Board Member Porter, you are recognized.
Oh, I'm ready to move forward on consent. I just want to say I did contact Max Epstein, and he can call in if we want. He was on WebEx. He did say he could call in.
Okay, all right.
Just if there's anything you want me to communicate to him, let me know.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion made by Board Member Richardson, second by Board Member Matlow. All in favor of the consent agenda items to move forward? Let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Thank you. Moving right along to our next agenda item, which is 7.01.
Madam Chair, 7.01 is the South City Business and Job Incubator Feasibility Study. As you recall, this item was originally scheduled for your May 13th, 2021 CRA board meeting. but the applicant did ask that it be removed from that agenda and placed on July's board meeting. This item was taken, the market and feasibility study was presented to the Greater Frenchtown Southside Citizen Advisory Committee meeting on May 3rd, 2021, and the CAC recommended that the study not be accepted and found that the project could not be sustainable as presented. Additionally, the CAC indicated their concern with expenditure of CRA funds on a private property not owned by the applicant or the city if the use could not be sustained. We do have, the recommendation in your agenda item reflects the CAC's recommendation, and if you have any questions, Sheila's here to answer those questions for you.
Okay, we're going to open it for discussion.
Move option number 1.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved to move for option number 1. It's been properly second. Any discussion? Board Member Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I recognize the recommendation, and I believe I know where this is going, but I do think we need to continue to look at the Town South Shopping Center and see how we can really make an impact over there, and if that means bringing it under public ownership to move forward. I've heard a ton of tremendous ideas for that shopping center, from youth services, job training, those sorts of things, to converting it to a Black Wall Street, to converting it to, something that could really be a signature project on the south side. And I think that shopping center in particular isn't going to change at all without some sort of external force. The private ownership has no inclination to make any improvements anytime soon. And if we really want to transform that corridor, it's going to take extra effort. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I was just informed that the applicant is here. I want to give her an opportunity to speak. I don't see her. Okay.
And I apologize, Ms. Dodd, I did not see you sitting over there. I'm so sorry.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and CRA Board. I did submit a speaker slip in case I was not allowed to speak on behalf of our project, and neither was recognized.
We apologize. We didn't, Sheila said she didn't receive it, so please accept our apology.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I've written my comments so that I can stay focused and not get off track and do it quickly. I'm Dorothy Inman Johnson, 2121 Trescott Drive, the project principal on the Jobs and Jobs Training Incubator, and here for the third time asking for your support. First, however, I need to point out that we were not notified of the change in the meeting date. We found out late in the process. As a result, Mr. Murray, who was planning to be here at this meeting to speak on behalf of the owner on some of the concerns that the city has raised, could not at the last minute change his schedule in order to be here. He was not coming to speak for or against our project, even though he liked the project at the site. He was here to try to clarify or bring some understanding to some of the concerns that were raised about their building. At the last CAC meeting, we were last on the agenda, and by the time the CAC got to us, I think everybody was pretty tired and worn out, and they relegated the discussion only to the feasibility study and did not allow me, as the project proposer to make any comments on our project. Our project was given 20 minutes after a previous project had been given 2 hours, and my comments were limited to 5 minutes. The chair of the CAC indicated that there was no need for me to make a presentation because no one on the CAC felt that our project was anything except a good project and it was needed in the community. They just felt I needed to find another location. We are hardworking members and volunteers in the community with years of demonstrated positive experience working with children and families in this community, improving their lives. No one has been able to question our experience, commitment, or knowledge in this area. So we have been mystified at the number of roadblocks we have had to successfully overcome and still more roadblocks. It has been a mystery to us that the CRA has been so solidly against our project being located in Town South, but the City of Tallahassee leased and renovated space in the same location for its Tempo program. The CRA board is the city commission wearing different hats. Quickly, let me explain why you will be missing a major opportunity for our community if you do not approve this project, and also give options for getting to a yes. Number one, it addresses a major need in the community, poverty, in census tracts with some of the highest rates by helping to create family financial stability with living wages. By doing so, we create greater stability in these neighborhoods and disincentivize crime. Number three, with millions of dollars scheduled for this community through President Biden's infrastructure and jobs programs, it is the perfect time for a comprehensive, innovative project like this with operations funded with federal dollars supplementing income-generating activities in the center. Number four, the proposed quality of the development will attract more private sector investment to the South Side. I think I saw the architect who has been assisting us sitting there. Donald Gray, would you stand? As a nonprofit, we had no money to pay for these services because the FAMU School of Architecture cared enough to support and recommend an architectural firm that believed in what we were doing and came forward and provided the architectural and engineering estimates at no cost, we were able to achieve that.
Ms. Inman Johnson, I've given you extra time in discussing since you're presenting your project. So if you could start to kind of wrap it up, it's been about 7 minutes now.
The South City, I'm almost finished. Number 5, other tenants in Town South see this project as a positive magnet to attract more customers to support their businesses. Number 6, South City Foundation, the planning organization for the South Side community, strongly supports the project, along with many other South Side leaders. Number 7, it will help people who have lost hope with the means to entry-level trade, technology, and hospitality jobs that pay livable wages. We have, I got nervous and got off.
Mayor Inman Johnson, take your time. I'm sorry. Take your time, finish what you need to finish.
Thank you. I had developed several options that I mentioned to help get to a yes on the project. Those options include reducing the amount of the project for renovation and approving it at a reduced amount, forcing us to decide what components we will include and what components we will not, to purchase the space and lease it back to community projects in the community to do these kinds of needed projects for Tallahassee citizens, to do a straight up or down vote on the project regardless of its community benefits. And, oh, I found my options. Support a reduced renovation budget if $750,000 is more than CRA can invest in this South City project. Option 2, reduce the size of the project from 25,000 square feet to 20,000 or 18,000 to reduce the lease amount and operating cost. Option 3, since the CRA is only asked to fund the facility and no operations, approve the project as proposed. Number 4, approve the project with a specified number of components deleted from the project. And the last 2 were to purchase the space and lease back to community groups trying to do good work in the community. And the last one was do a straight up or down vote. My husband does not attend these meetings because he determined from the previous meetings that there was something that was keeping the CRA from supporting a project this important for the south side of our community. And but I had not given up. I felt the vision and what we're proposing is so important to low-income families we work with every day that it was too important to give up on. So I am here for a final time, maybe, to ask you to give our project a chance. You can't possibly believe that with the level of experience we bring to this, with my experience alone, having managed multi-million-dollar federal programs in 8 counties, doing partnership agreements with local governments in all of those 8 counties, bringing on development of projects in all of those 8 counties successfully, would somehow be worthy of being overlooked. The feasibility study was done by a reputable organization in this community, Sachs Media. And I'm sure the city has used Sachs Media services in the past. So it seemed strange to me that on this occasion, you would question their ability to bring in a feasibility study. I thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to make my comments. I hope if you have questions, you will ask them of me while I'm here.
Thank you, Mary Inman Johnson. Board, do we need further discussion? Any additional questions? Thank you. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, we were in discussion. Commissioner Matlow, Board Member Matlow, you done with your comments? Board Member Porter, you have any comments?
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, Commissioner Matlow, if you could expand on, what, I agree with what you said as far as, I think we all agree that the investment on the south side and in these kinds of projects is important to us. My concerns come into the CAC's recommendations, and I agree with some of their concerns. But I'm just wondering if you could clarify what your comments were as far as any direction you want to see this going in, or you want us to take, if any.
Madam Chair?
Please.
So looking at this, and I think our conversations at the last meeting, I think the biggest desire is just to see an impactful project happen in that shopping center. And it may be looking at what was proposed and listening to the CAC's concerns about the current feasibility and everybody involved that I think what this project would need to succeed is additional partners, bringing more people in. I think people in this room could be helpful. I think, our university partners can be helpful. But if reimagining Town South as a signature project for the South Side is a priority, I don't think we need to close the door on that altogether. So if we're looking at this specific feasibility study and the CAC's questioning recording studio space or other spaces, I think that's a valid question to ask because it's a little bit up in the air. But I think if it's the desire to see something impactful happen here, we could provide funds to allow for a broader conversation to happen to reimagine the whole shopping center and then look at improvements that can be made. For example, Next week at our city commission meeting, we're going to contemplate selling $8 million in publicly owned land. I think that's a great opportunity to look at replacing publicly owned land in an area that desperately needs investment. So it may not be exactly what's proposed, but I think working with the Johnsons and other people, we can come back to the drawing table and get something that I think delivers on what their ultimate vision is, which I think is really just to have a destination place for people in the community to go for job training, for event space, for community building, and for children. So if the will is not to move forward with this study, I think if there was a signal from the city commission or the CRA board to see something impactful, you know, it may be starting from scratch, it may be building on what's already been provided. But if that's the direction of the board, I know we can have an impactful project over there.
Okay, thank you. And I'm open to that as well. The work that you do is tremendous. I support the vision, I support the goal. I don't feel like I can move forward with this project in its current iteration or accept the feasibility study, but I do want to see something happen here and support the vision, so I am open to that moving forward in a different iteration, but I can't support moving forward today.
Board Member Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I'm where Commissioner Porter is at this point. I've known former Commissioner Inman Johnson for years when she was a teacher at Florida High. And I know of the work that she's done in this community, not only through her professional background, but her service on the City Commission and as director of the Community Action Agency, serving 8 counties in the North Florida region. And so I don't know that that's a question, Dot. I don't think any of us would question your ability to bring a project like this on board, but I do have some reservations about its sustainability at this point and the kind of investment that's being asked of the CRA. I think a project of this sort certainly is needed on the south side of town. But I can tell you, Commissioner Matlow, there is no reckoning with the property owner in that Southside Shopping Center. When we were considering that parcel for the police station, there are multi-year leases in that even if we wanted to, I don't know that there's even a desire to consider buying that property now by the city, but even if we wanted to, we ran into all kinds of problems trying to discuss leases because there are long-term leases. The Plasma Center, they wanted some astronomical amount from the city in order to void the lease that they have. And so I don't know that that's an option for us as a city, as a CRA board in particular, that we purchase that shopping center. Again, I share the vision, Commissioner Porter, as you do. I think something like this would be very important for the south side of town. It's just that I can't support where we are at this point. I think, Dot, you have mentioned some issues that I think could potentially be worked into the project and it be brought back at a later time before the CAC and then for us to consider as a board. And so I would certainly encourage us trying to go forward with this project in some other reiteration, if you will. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mayor?
No comment. Ready to move.
Okay, let me just weigh in and just say that Mayor Dot Inman Johnson, I applaud your efforts, and I feel your heart. I have the same heart. I live on the south side, so I understand there is a need. My real reservation is, yes, Sachs did a feasibility study, and they say they sent out 14,000 and they received less than 300 respondents. And that's, to me, is a small pool to put such a large investment on. And I don't know what all they did to do that, but yeah, I know I saw the Survey Monkey results and don't know. Devin is sitting behind you, and he can tell you the kind of things that we're going through to get surveys done about the South Side Action Plan. And you can't just send out a Survey Monkey and accept what comes back. You've got to get out there and do some engagement to get these kind of results back. And I, too, never question your knowledge, skills, or ability to get this thing done. I've seen you perform miracles, and I know that you could do it here as well. My reservation is still with that type of investment into the plaza. Now, I would share with you that I've been on my own looking around, asking questions about other properties near on the south side that right now someone may be in, or they may have, but they may be interested in selling or working with us on. To me, being able to find a place to make that kind of investment in that will either be city-owned or owned by someone, a community person, and not by a conglomerate, would be something that I could probably support. I support what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
I really do. My only holdup is making that kind of investment into someone else's property that if they decide that you got to go and leave all your stuff. And so I would like to see us try to identify another location near where where near that shopping center and be able to look at maybe doing that. So I'm not going to be able to support the feasibility, what we're looking at today. I cannot support this. You know how much I tell you how I love data? I just don't think we have enough data to make this kind of investment. And I've got to be a good steward, as best steward as I can, of the taxpayers' dollars. So I hope you understand, because I know you've sat here, you've had to make these kinds of decisions before, and I know you've taught me as my mentor to be able to take the information and make a decision. So I'm going to have to do that, but I am willing and open to work with you, the community, whomever, to try to find a plausible solution. Yeah. Again, I've worked 30 years on the south side, beating these streets like you're doing, to try to bring about a change. And right now, we're at a crossroad on the south side. We got the South Side Action Plan going on, got the Orange Avenue Apartments, rebuild that's about to take place. There's a lot of activity going on, and there may be people who are willing to do some things to help do this. But in the meantime, we have the Tempo office there in the Town South Shopping Center, which you mentioned, and had a tremendous graduation. 40 people graduated last week who are on their way to either jobs or to school. I would hope that there is perhaps some way that you can work with Dr. Kimball Thomas and his staff in the meantime while we figure out what shape and how this thing can take place. Because it is about the community. It is about the community. So if we can all come together and work for the good of the community, and then I think that we can come up with some things that will work best. So I just wanted to know that my heart is there, and if I could write a check, but you know I'm a poor commissioner, and I can't write a $750,000 check, but if I could, I would, but I can't. And so I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna call for the question.
Question?
All in favor of the motion that is on the table, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
It carries 4-1. Thank you. Our next item is 7.02, approval of the Frenchtown Quarters and Marketplace Community Benefit Agreement.
Yes,
Move
ma'am.
option number 1, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded that we go with option number 1. Board discussion. Mayor?
Yeah, I just want to take a second to recognize Bethel Missionary Baptist Church for the fine work that y'all have done in this community, specifically on this project. I know that Mr. Brown, where's Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, since the last meeting, you spent a considerable amount of time with me. We've worked through all the issues. You brought back a very strong development agreement. Certainly appreciate it. time to move forward. I support it.
Board Member Matlow, and then Board Member Richardson, and Board Member Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've seen different iterations of this project over the past 5 years or so, and it's been steadily moving down the track. Sometimes you hit a couple bumps in the track, but I think, we've arrived here today. We've answered, most of the questions. I know the food source is very important to the neighborhood, and we're going to continue to work on that. And however we can be helpful as a board to make sure this project delivers the vision that the neighborhood's looking for, we're completely supportive, and thank you for your hard work.
Board Member Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, and I've mentioned this before, but I'll tell you why this touches me personally, this project. And I want to thank Tony for his perseverance, because without that, we wouldn't be where we are today, without him hanging in there and partnering with us to make this happen. But I buried a cousin this past week, Kate Condra. Many of you may know Kate, who lived in the Frenchtown community. Kate was my cousin by marriage, and being at that service brought back memories, a flood of emotion in terms of my family's history with the Frenchtown community. My aunt, Bob and Annie Richardson, owned a cafe in Frenchtown. My father left his family in Donaldsonville, Georgia, to move to Frenchtown to live with my aunt and uncle. And he finished high school at the original Lincoln High School. And as a kid, my family, as we were traveling to Donaldsonville to visit my grandparents, we would always stop through Tallahassee, through Frenchtown, to visit my aunt and uncle at their shop, and to visit with my cousins who lived on Georgia Street. And I remember from those days as a kid, how the bustling, thriving business district and residential areas that existed in the Frenchtown community. And as a student at Florida State University, I witnessed over the years, after integration, how the Frenchtown community became beset by issues of drugs and crime and prostitution and businesses leaving the community, residents leaving. And so I think we're certainly on the right path, and to addressing, Ms. Roberts, I'm sorry, I should be formal here this evening, or this afternoon now. But I think we're on the right path of addressing, and it's hard to say bringing back, because there has been so much back. There was the Frenchtown that I remember as a kid, but there's also the Frenchtown I remember that we don't want to go back to. The 1010 North Macomb Streets and the Carolina Place apartments. We don't want to go back to that, but we certainly want Frenchtown to be a thriving community where the residents have home ownership and have all of the same types of amenities that we have provided for neighborhoods throughout this city and county over the years. And I think this Neighborhood First Plan, the project that's being proposed in this item, will begin to help us get to that point, moving Frenchtown forward. I don't know that we necessarily want to take it back, but we want to move it forward and preserve those amenities for current and future residents. And so that's where I see us headed with this proposal, and also the Neighborhood First Plan, and am really excited about where we are and how we're moving forward in addressing, bringing this neighborhood back to prominence within the city of Tallahassee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few questions. There were some comments made by the chair. I'm not sure if Dr. Kim is still on with us. Dr. Kim, are you there? Can you hear us? can you hear us okay?
Hello?
Dr. Kim, can you hear us? She cannot hear us? Okay, well, then I'm not sure.
Hello?
Where we go from here. Well, I was wondering, I had trouble hearing her, and I was hoping that either she or if someone else from the CAC is here could just comment. I mean, they made some comments about the CBA, the Community Benefits Agreement. I do support this project. I am hearing from the community that they really care about a grocer or some sort of healthy food component. I want to make sure we're doing, I know that Tony and others are doing everything they can to bring that. I just wanted to show I think we all agree. I wanted to flesh that out if we could. But then, Mr. Tedder, I was wondering if you could just explain, there were some comments made by the public about sort of the procurement process for selling, the transferring of the property, and then also the grant versus the loan, and maybe just explain a little bit of that as far as the 50 years, if the CRA sunsets, just how that works, because that was raised. Or, Madam Attorney.
Madam Attorney, we're going to recognize you to answer that.
Thank you. I can certainly speak to the advertisement issue, and I'll leave it to Lou Norvell to discuss the loan issue. But we did properly advertise the sale. That took place on May 28, 2019. We specifically stated in the advertisement that it was for a mixed-use project that would include retail, commercial, and residential.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Norvell? Bad and cleanup?
So Commissioner, the structuring the distribution of the funds as a loan was at the request of the developer, as I understand it, and Mr. Brown is here. As I understand it, that for their tax credit application, if it was an outright grant, that would be deemed as income to them. So it's structured as a loan with a 50-year term. So that would be an asset of the CRA. When the CRA expires or sunsets, it can be transferred to the city. But there's also it's contemplated that may be forgiven when the term comes due.
Okay, thank you. And where are we, okay, so, with the fresh fruit option, I was wondering if Mr. Brown could come up and just give an update on the conversations that you've had on that, if you don't mind.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. At our last meeting, you directed two things. One, for us to negotiate a community benefits and development agreement, and that is before you, and we have no issues, and we commend your staff for both their professionalism and the fact that they have put into the agreement the process that allow us to apply for the tax credits, and if we fail, and if we don't do it timely, then everything comes back to you, and there is no money, there is no closure until our funding is in place. As it relates to the food court or the food market, or trying to eliminate a food desert. So I think that's what I want to start with. I think what our goal is to try to eliminate a food desert in Frenchtown. We would love to have a grocery store. I'd like to thank the Bethel community and Reverend Holmes. We've played with all sorts of iterations on the real estate they own, including possibly tearing down Bethel Towers just to attract a major grocer, who in the end told us that no, the site wasn't big enough or that they had other opportunities elsewhere. We have worked tirelessly today to try to bring you a grocery store, and we will continue to do so. Your agreement in Clause 13 specifies either a public market, a grocery store, but primarily we have a 3-year effort and an opportunity to eliminate a food desert in Frenchtown, and you have our utmost commitment to do that. While I'm at the mic, my partner, I got a lot of appreciation and accolades from the Bethel community, from members in the communities. We have our development partner is the Related Group, Related Urban Group. They are one of the premier developers of any type of community in Florida. They got their start in affordable housing, and through our partnership, they'll be making their first entry into the Tallahassee community, and we're honored to have that. And so with your approval, they'll jump into the process of applying for the tax credits, and we will bring to you a very proud development that will meet the opportunities and the needs of the Frenchtown community. Your second directive was for me to meet with the Frenchtown Community Action Team, and we had 2 meetings. And I do appreciate Mr. Barber in saying that he supports the project, and yes, they've expressed concerns about the desire for a grocery store. And I told them I'll come back as often as they need me to communicate and update them on the efforts we've made to secure a grocer, and may even try to include them in any selling efforts that we have in order to do that. The second concern they had was whether or not the units would be affordable for current residents in Frenchtown. And I shared that 38% of the units are affordable to families making less than $38,000. 23% of the units is affordable to a family earning less than $23,000. This is why you have a gap. This is why we appreciate your funding, and I thank you for it.
On point, Madam Chair. Mr. Brown, could you talk about first of all, your background with the grocery industry? Because I think that's important for people to understand that. It's not just a casual, well, we talk to Publix, but you actually have connections in that regard. And then secondly, if you could talk about your partnership or proposed partnership with the Frenchtown Heritage Hub.
Okay, thank you for both questions, Commissioner. As I shared with you before, I had the honor of implementing the federal New Markets Tax Credit Program, over a $60 billion program that Harvard has named one of the government's top 50 innovations in economic and community development. And I had the honor and the pleasure of supervising the regulations for that program. As a result of that expertise, in my hometown in Cincinnati, I was hired by the Kroger Company to develop their healthy food financing strategy. Through my strategy with Kroger, they were able to place over $500 million worth of grocery assets into low-income communities using the New Markets Tax Credit Program. What you will do for us today, with your approval, is now I can talk to grocers about the fact that we have site control over the shelter site for $10. The fact that in the budget that if you would approve, we have money in to do the corn shell of the grocery store. So between a $2.7 million subsidy that you're providing, my expertise in tax credits, if I can't land a grocery store, it's not because of the subsidy, it's because of the demographics, unfortunately. And so part 2 of that is that there are other alternatives to a grocery store. Grocers are focusing on electronic delivery and other things. And so we think that the next best thing is a public market. And Mr. Mayor, I've given you credit for that idea. And the fact that you have a community-based organization that for years have done a farmer's market, part-time on weekends, a kitchen share, a commercial kitchen. I think that with their track record, with my background and experience in community development finance, they have the mission, they have the track record that we can go out there and get more USDA dollars. We've already been invited by Walmart Foundation to submit a grant application, so we're going to work tirelessly with your community partners to try to make this happen. At least an alternative, if we can't get the grocery store, we're going to have one of the best public markets in the United States here in Tallahassee.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam
Board Member
Chair.
Porter.
Just a quick follow-up. So Dr. Kim, the CAC chair, did send in her comments, and I forwarded that to the commissioners. So have we, and I want to reiterate my support for this project. One of her recommendations is to secure a written commitment regarding, one, the commitment which you've made to work with the neighborhood groups to bring fresh food options. Two, the option of offering the space at a below-market rate rent if it is vacant, and 3, if they cannot deliver the fresh food option, that the city should have a say in what goes on in the space rather than letting whatever happen in the space. For example, in such cases, the city can perhaps work with Mr. Brown to identify local nonprofit service providers or local small businesses that might be looking for space. Do you have any, had that been discussed already, or do you have any comments on how feasible that is for you?
I have, and I received it yesterday,
Okay.
a signed letter of intent from from FNIA, the Frenchtown Neighborhood Improvement Association, under terms that we proposed to them. And I'll get a copy to you, Mr. Tedder. In this proposal, they are required to make a deposit, $10. We outline base rents that we will set based on our feasibility study. It is our intent, FNIA will be the master tenant, which means that they can sublet it at whatever price that makes it sustainable. So we together are going to do our best to make this happen. And so yes, it is in writing, and it has been executed by FNIA.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions of Mr. Brown? Okay.
Question, Madam Chair.
Okay, let me just say something.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Seems like I've watched this since I was a tadpole, and I'm gonna have a birthday in a few days, and like I went to sleep and woke up, and here we are finally. So I am, of course, in support of this plan, looking forward to the synergy that I see will happen with the Neighborhood First Plan, as well as what's gonna happen on this property. I think that it's good it's all happening at the same time. And I'm counting on Ms. Roberts to come down there to make sure that y'all keep the noise level down so that she can rest and that she can see the sun. Okay. Okay, all in favor of the motion that has been made, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Unanimously. Congratulations and thank you. Next item is 7.03, Mr. Tedder.
Yes, ma'am. 7.03 is the adoption and initial funding request for the Frenchtown Neighborhood First Plan. We have John Baker, who's going to give us a brief presentation. I have encouraged him to be brief.
Be brief, brother, be brief.
The 4 Bs.
So, John, take it away.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Tedder. Madam Chair, members of the CRA Board, Madam City Attorney, thank you for the opportunity on behalf of this great community to present their Neighborhood First Plan. I know for several months, Madam Chair, I've heard you ask where is the plan, and members of the CAC have also asked. Well, it's finally here, 134 pages, Robin? Yeah, 133 pages, and we're here. What I'd like to do today, I know brevity is the order of the day. We have prepared a very brief presentation that Robin's going to come up and do. But before she does that, Melissa, which way do I point? To you? Before we do, we'd just like to introduce to you the community team that led this effort. As you know, Neighborhood First is a part of the Neighborhood Public Safety Initiative, and Neighborhood Community Action Team provides the leadership for this effort. And so in Frenchtown, our co-chairs were Mataki Akbar, Beverly Williams, and Ms. Darrell Scott, and they're here, so if I call your name, if you just stand and be recognized. For the Housing, Economic, and Community Development, we have Kayla Norris Barber, who's here with us, Jim Bellamy, and I think I saw Curtis here, Mr. Taylor back there. From Land Use, we have, and Placemaking, Neighborhood Image, we have Ms. Darrell Scott again, and Ms. Ann Roberts. Thank you. From Neighborhood Safety and Crime Prevention, Health and Resident Empowerment, here with us today, we have Ms. Maisha Mitchell. Maisha. We have Ms. Sabrina Turman Newby and Beverly Williams, who you've heard from recently. this group of individuals, along with staff, worked throughout the pandemic to deliver and to develop this plan. Some of them had to learn to work virtually, and I really appreciate their efforts. The plan addresses 6 priority areas, and Robin is going to come very briefly now to sort of just give you a very high-level overview, and then I'm going to come back and talk about the investment plan and ask our co-chairs to make brief remarks. Robin?
Good morning, CRA board members. Again, my name is Robin Weiner, and I have the privilege of serving as the Neighborhood Services Coordinator for the Frenchtown neighborhood. I also just want to recognize Devin Levins, who contributed a huge amount of knowledge and expertise and work to this plan as well. So I'm going to give a quick overview of the plan. Again, we're trying to be brief, and so a couple points before I do that, I would just encourage you to take the time to read the plan, because this overview is not going to do justice to the immense amount of work and thought and creativity that the community has put towards this plan. A second point, just to note, for each priority area in the plan, you'll notice that the alignment, how the plan aligns with both the 2024 City Strategic Plan and the CRA Redevelopment Plan are noted at the beginning of every section. So housing is one of the first priorities, and one that really received the most amount of importance when we talked with the community. The concerns there were really about the repair and preservation of the existing housing stock, looking at new family home construction, the issue of heirs property, inherited family homes, and then additional resources for home ownership. So the major projects that have come out of the plan for housing include really targeted home rehabilitation services, looking at new single-family home construction, providing heirs property assistance, both legal and financial, to help families get clear title to their homes, and providing targeted home buyer education and home ownership program. So economic development and community reinvestment is another key priority area. Some concerns that came out of the process there were looking at barriers to accessing capital for entrepreneurs, looking at how the neighborhood can better foster entrepreneur activity, and a concern that new development doesn't always benefit the residents that are there already. And again, an acknowledgement and concern around the challenges that residents face in building wealth. So some major projects for that section were a development and implementation of a targeted microenterprise development program, the acquisition and rehabilitation of commercial sites for community development, including the old Sale High School site and Lee Park, and the development of an opportunity zone fund. I've lost the ability to. Okay, thank you, Melissa. So land use and transportation. Some primary concerns are some that you've heard echoed this morning already, that residents really feel there's a threat to the neighborhood character from current and pending developments, that often new development isn't compatible with existing development. There's a concern around current residents being displaced, and then traffic and speeding and localized flooding. So two key major projects that have emerged from the planning process in this section are to establish a working group to identify and codify the existing historic character, and work to develop design guidelines and land use policies that really protect the character of the neighborhood. Second one is to conduct a comprehensive traffic study in the neighborhood that includes pedestrian mobility, sidewalks, other traffic infrastructure, public transportation, and bike infrastructure as well, to develop a real comprehensive plan for the entire neighborhood. So placemaking and neighborhood image. Some concerns that came out here were unfair negative perceptions of the neighborhood, that historic resources, buildings, and land are potentially threatened, and that public space and other vacant spaces are currently underutilized. So major projects here include enhancements to Carter Howell Strong Park and other public spaces, looking at a gateway design for the entrance gateways of the neighborhood, including Tennessee and Brevard on Macomb Street. Looking at the expansion of the Frenchtown Heritage Trail and the historic markers, public art that highlights Frenchtown's history, the development of 507 West Brevard for community benefit, and looking at and evaluating tools for preserving locally significant land and buildings, and regular neighborhood cleanups. So neighborhood safety and crime prevention. Some concerns that emerged here were, let's see, I think I missed. I'll move on.
Robin,
That's okay.
can we interject a real question for that, on that section?
Sure.
Yeah, before we move on to the neighborhood safety and crime prevention, by the way, great job with the presentation. One of your first slides deals with housing rehab and renovation, which I know we have very strong programs already in the CRA and the City of Tallahassee that this is going to strengthen and complement. We already have players in this field that are doing great work on behalf of the CRA. And for public consumption, led to believe that we are going to just continue the relationships that we have with those that are doing the great work. For instance, I know the Urban League plays a significant role with rehab and renovation for the CRA in the City of Tallahassee. Is that the direction that we'll be moving forward in?
Yes, and I think Mr. Baker will talk a little bit more about this initial funding or investment plan and the implementation, but the idea is that with all of these spending categories, the city and the CRA would work with the neighborhood to develop the program, develop the partners, and go through RFP processes to work with partners to implement the ideas.
Excellent.
Neighborhood safety, the concerns there were unsafe spaces that contribute to criminal activity and the negative perception of police presence and engagement. So some key projects there were the development of an alternative pathway or restorative justice program for residents involved in the criminal justice system, an environmental safety program to create safe spaces in the neighborhood, looking at enhanced street lighting, strengthening the neighborhood crime watch program, looking at enhanced community policing through initiatives like an officer and residence program, and a variety of other public safety events and workshops. And last but not least, health and resident empowerment. Some key concerns, as you already heard, access to fresh, healthy food, environmental concerns that affect the neighborhood, access to services related to healthcare, wellness, employment, education, job training, things like that. And then how to support previously incarcerated residents and those that are housing insecure. And then lastly, building capacity for residents to effectively advocate for their own neighborhood. And major projects there include looking at additional health and recreation and employment resources, filling the gaps, assessing those gaps, and bringing services into the neighborhood where possible. The development of a community engagement fund so that residents and other stakeholders can implement items from this plan from a grassroots level. Environmental health assessment, additional programming to support food access, civic engagement training, and ongoing community events to build opportunities for people to connect. So real quick, we went through a lot of community outreach throughout this entire planning process. Again, this was in the middle of the pandemic, but provided a lot of in-person and virtual opportunities for people to give feedback on the plan. And the plan was adopted by the Community Action Team on May 13th. And now I'll invite Mr. Baker to come back and talk about the initial investment plan.
And as Mr. Baker come, I want to tell Ms. Darrell Scott, I see you on that picture, you got your sock game going on real deep right there. I like those.
All right.
So you got them on now?
So, Madam Chair and board members, when we synthesize what we've heard from the community, it wrapped up in 3 pillars that we see here. 1, preserve character. Melissa, I don't know why I keep jumping. Preserve character, empower the resident, and transform the community. And these are the 3 pillars that drive the investment plan that I'm going to present to you just now. So for housing, they're asking for a total of approximately $1.4 million. This would go towards housing rehab, as well as new construction of single-family homes and the officer in residence program. On the neighborhood safety, a total of $260,000. The alternative restorative program, as well as working with law enforcement to develop safe spaces in the community. Health and resident empowerment, a total of $750,000. Again, filling in the gaps, as Robin said, on these mental health services and other health services for the community. Creation of wellness programs, employment, other types of training, $225,000, and then a community engagement fund from which small projects that are not specifically listed here can be funded, $300,000. Land use and transportation, $250,000, and this is really to fund a study that will really look at Frenchtown. I'm really, as a planner, really excited about this. Will address transportation, additional capacity for land use increases, or what type of commercial can Frenchtown absorb. Economic development, $1 million here across 3 programs, $500,000 for a micro enterprise program, then $450,000 to acquire vacant commercial structures for community benefit, and $50,000 for an opportunity zone fund. Back a little bit, placemaking. There are a total of $1.8 million. Gateway projects, additional historical markers, and improvement to the Carter Howell Strong Park. 507 West Brevard Street, $1 million, and I'll talk a little bit about that further on. And then using the funds that the developer for the Standard had set aside, $50 million for a piece of artwork.
50 million or
million?
50,000?
Say it again?
50 million?
I'm sorry, 50,000.
Okay. All righty.
I'm sure I have a lot of support for 50 million.
50 million.
I have a lot of support, right, Ms. Scott? 50 million. All right. So here's how this boils up. $136,838. These are previously allocated dollars from the CRA to Frenchtown for Gateway project. That was wrapped up in what I just went to. The 50,000, not 50 million, for the Standard, and the community intends to come to the City Commission regarding the 507 West Brevard, aka Ashmore. Don't hit Miss Scott. For that funding for that, and a total of $4.3 million from the CRA to move the plan forward. And you put all of that together, the request, the total request is a little over $5.5 million.
So my question right off the bat is, and this may be to you, Wayne, the amount that we have on the line is it 6.4 million?
That is correct.
Okay, so the request is for less than what's available?
So in our 5-year investment plan, we have identified $6.4 million that would be completed by 2025 at the latest.
Okay, so what I'm trying to see is that
We'll be coming back with a subsequent request. So the request today match what has already been allocated over the last 2 years. You had set aside some in 2020, this
Correct.
year's fiscal year budget, and the upcoming fiscal year budget. So this community will get going with that, and the idea will, the action team will continue to work, will come with a subsequent request.
okay, because I just want to make sure that I know that we did 6.4 for bond. We want to make sure we do 6.4
Yes.
for Frenchtown.
Yes.
Okay, and also with the the $1 million from the city, from outside of the CRA funding, looks like. Is that also included in the 6.4?
No, that would be beyond.
Okay, so what confused me is, because I'm a linear thinker, and when you have those items listed there, and it looks like the equal sign says 5.5, but I should not have done it that way. I should have just done them separately.
Right.
So, okay, I got you. Okay,
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
okay, it's been properly moved to,
Well,
Actually-
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I would be remiss, the folks who have worked with us, they're prepared to make brief remarks on behalf of the plan. So Ms. Scott and Attorney Motaki Akbar, if you would allow.
Absolutely.
Okay, so,
as hard as these people have been working, absolutely. And,
Yes.
one of, Ms. Scott, you want to come, or you just want them to bring it to you, or what do you want them to do? Okay. Because I know we had you sitting here without your socks. I know you're cold.
Ooh, thank you. That's one thing happens when you get older, you get cold.
Pull your mic down a little bit so we can hear you.
Okay. Anyway, thank you so much, and I will be brief. I want to, and I'm sure you know that this is a resident-driven document. We went back in time because this is not our first rodeo. So we looked at the common themes in all of our plans. What did our residents, what do they say they want in our community? We did that when we were working with the placemaking plan. So much of what of the front work was already done with placemaking. So on to what do you want, And our residents are not shy. I need a light on the corner. We need some stop signs. We need houses repaired. They told us exactly what they wanted. It's in that plan, and they're going to get what they wanted. They're going to hold us accountable for it. You're not going to build a new house next to my raggedy house and make me look bad. You rehab my house first, then you build it, or you do it simultaneously. So all of those types of things are things that we're taking into consideration. And one of the things, because I'm going to be brief, which is strange, but one of the things I want to let you know as well, and if you think back and remember, even with the first plans that Frenchtown has made, our emphasis, we have always stressed home ownership. Own your home. Okay, apartments are great. I have no problem. I've lived in an apartment. But if you're trying to revitalize the community and your residents, and you want houses, you want homes, you want next door neighbors, those are houses and apartment complexes. I love them. I don't mean no harm. That ain't no home ownership. They're not condos, they're apartments. You can come and go like you want to. But we are stressing home ownership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mutaki Akbar, 2633 Dusha Hill Drive, but my office is in Frenchtown. And I just wanted to talk about why this was so important for me to be a part of. Growing up, I heard a lot about Frenchtown, of course, and went to the barbershop at Artistic Barbershop in Macomb Street, and saw kind of like the remnants of the history of Frenchtown. But not really what I heard about, like not what I heard my dad talk about when he grew up, what Frenchtown was, not what the stories that my dad heard from his mother, who we call Mama Bessie, who built her house on 614 North Copeland Street, where my son lives part-time now, or where my dad's grandmother talked about at the house where my dad's office is currently, or where my great aunt talked about where her house is, where the pond is right now. So I heard the stories of the greatness of Frenchtown, from the music to the restaurants to the businesses to all that it had going on. And then desegregation, and then crack, and then crime, and then all of those things took place that brought this beautiful area down. And it was neglected. It was neglected by the city. It was neglected by the people that was there. And so I wanted to bring back the glorious days of Frenchtown. And that's why I think that this plan is so important, because it not only enhances the beauty of Frenchtown or bring back the beauty that Frenchtown has, but it also empowers the people that's in Frenchtown to do the work themselves, to make sure that this work that we're doing right now is sustained by the people and not just coming to the government to ask for some money. And so this 143 pages is a start, to be honest with you. We're going to keep doing the work to make sure that my son, who comes along now, is not going to have to do this same work to rebuild Frenchtown, but my son can actually enjoy and actually live these same experiences that my dad lived and his mother lived and his aunt lived and his grandmother lived being in Frenchtown. So we appreciate you all's patience with us. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of fighting. But at the end of it, we
Tell the truth and shame the devil.
But at the end of it, we came up with this, and the money that we're asking for, again, that's only a start. It was years of neglect, so it's going to take years of rebuilding, and we appreciate the opportunity to be able to present this plan today. Thank you.
All right. Are we ready now, Mr. Baker? Okay, we're gonna resume. Okay, Board Member Matt Lowe had made a motion.
Yeah.
Could you clarify?
Staff recommendation for option 1, 2, and 3.
Okay,
Second.
okay, all right. Now we'll have board discussion. Mayor?
Obviously, I'm very much in favor of this, and I want to say thanks. I want to thank every one of you individually, as organizations, all the hard work. I mean, this truly is a generational document, and it's been in the works for decades. I can remember several years ago on the campaign trail, talking to each and every one of you and hearing, quite honestly, the horror stories of how you'd get momentum and then it would fall to the wayside. Then you would bring ideas before the city, not to be taken seriously and implemented. And I can't tell you how proud I am to be the mayor and a member of this board with my colleagues to be supporting this document. This is a historic day. We are investing in our neighborhoods. And when we look at the big picture, we have been able, in 2.5 years, to not only today pass the Frenchtown Neighborhood First Plan, we have passed the Greater Bond Neighborhood First Plan, and for the first time, I believe in the history of, well, I should say at least in the past 40 years, we have a line item budget in the City of Tallahassee budget for the Griffin Heights Plan. We stand by our word when we say that we invest in our neighborhoods, we invest in people. Human capital is the greatest resources that we have, and I just want you to know it's been a pleasure working with each and every one of you on this plan. I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you so much for your hard work and dedication.
Board Member Matt Lowe and Board Member Richardson, and then Board Member Porter. We'll just go down the line.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's been a long meeting, so I'll just be very brief. This is what the CRA is meant to do, direct investments in neighborhoods driven by the people that live and work here. I think that's been the commitment of this entire board since we got here, and I know it's what Commissioner Richardson was pushing for before we got here. So to see this come to fruition, just thank you all for working together and your hard work and giving us something positive to vote for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, want to thank everybody who has been a part of bringing this together. I want to give another shout out to Devin because I know when we did the placemaking, he was right there. As Ms. Scott mentioned, a lot of the front work was already done because of the staffing that Devin provided to the placemaking group at the time. And so, Devin, thank you for that and all that have been involved in this. I think we're certainly headed in the right direction, and all of us are excited to see what the future holds for Frenchtown. Now, I'm going to throw a little rain on this parade, and it's in a good way, because as we move forward, we have to be deliberate in ensuring that the G word doesn't occur. The G word meaning gentrification. We've seen that happen in communities like Frenchtown. And so as we do move forward, we just have to be conscious of that and deliberate that it doesn't happen as we move forward, that Frenchtown is preserved for those indigenous residents that have called it home all these years. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Quite welcome. Board Member Porter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to echo what's been said and thank the residents and the staff, but especially the residents for your years of dedication, your patience with the city, and your love for Frenchtown and its people that has brought us to this day. So I'm excited to move forward and vote in support of this.
Thank you. And I'll weigh in. Mataki, you know, we've had them late night conversations about hurry up and land this plane. I've had this conversation with some other people. Sabrina, hurry up, let's land this plane. Mr. Baker, hurry up, let's land this plane. I didn't call Ms. Scott because I know she was trying to land the plane. Y'all were holding her back. And so I am just pleased as punch. I really am, that we have something that we can get busy on and make this happen. I said to Mataki, you can't look at it through your eyes right now. You need to look at it through the eyes of your son. When your son is running your law practice where it sits now, what does Frenchtown need to look like? And so I want to thank Ms. Roberts. I know you say they call y'all the elders. That's a crown. That's a crown that you wear. I want to thank the elders of Frenchtown for holding fast to the traditions and the character of Frenchtown. You won some and you lost some, but you didn't stop fighting. You kept coming back. And so I want to just applaud all of you. And we are going to be the inheritors of this legacy. Not only your son, Mataki, but all of our children and grandchildren and all the children that Cheryl Collier Brown has taught and all those children and her children that she taught, they're going to be the inheritors of this great, rich history. And so I am just pleased as punch that we are here today. And of course, I support this. I've been begging for this for 2 years. You know, it takes 2 years for an elephant to give birth. Well, today, that elephant has delivered, and we are ready to stamp, as President Obama says, sign, seal, delivered. We're yours. All right. The motion has been made. It's been properly seconded. All in favor to accept this Frenchtown neighborhood first plan as printed. Let it be known by saying aye. 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 Unanimously carried. Thank you all so very, very much. All of you residents, staff, supporters, everybody, and for what you're about to do. It was hard getting here. It's going to be even harder to do all 133 of these pages, but we're going to do it or we're going to die doing it. Okay? Thank you. All right. Thank you so very much. Mr. Tedder, you and your staff, thank y'all. Whew. Thank you. All right. Thank you. We're going to move now to 7.04.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at the time. I know we've briefed you in detail on this application request. Sheila is prepared to give you a masterful presentation if you would like.
Second.
Thank you.
Sheila, it's not that we don't want to hear your masterful presentation, but the motion has been properly made and second. We're having a board discussion we need to engage in. Okay, we'll call for a question. All in favor of option number 1, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you very much. Congratulations. Where is, I saw Mr. Lane, Mr. Cummings. Thank you. Listen, okay, thank you, because when your motion carries and you're going to get the check, you just say thank you. Just say thank you. All right. We'll move to item number 7.05.
Madam Chair and board members, Magnolia Oaks Affordable Housing Development Funding Request is this item. This is McDowell Housing Partners. They introduced the Magnolia Oaks project to the Greater Frenchtown Southside Citizen Advisory Committee on April 6, 2021, and received several comments regarding the community benefits and that the project could offer. Since April, the project has received change orders from bids that have been posted out that have increased the cost of the project by more than $790,000. This has caused the McDowell Housing Partners financial request that was originally $350,000 to $500,000 towards the project construction costs. And this is primarily to the lumber package and wood trusses. Of course, we've seen the lumber prices increase dramatically over the last couple of months. On June 8th, the project was presented to the CAC for a recommendation based on the new request. And the CAC, the recommendation in your agenda item reflects the CAC's recommendation that you not approve this request. We do have the applicant, Mr. Chris Shear, who's going to present his project to you. And with that, Chris, if you can hear us, you may begin your presentation.
Can he hear us? Mr. Shear, can you hear us? Okay.
Hello?
Okay.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes. Let him know we can hear him, but he may not be able to hear us.
Okay, perfect. First and foremost, Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present this project further today. Want to commend you all on some pretty bold and progressive initiatives that were taken on the action of the CRA board today. I was really impressed with the nature of the request and the progress that you're really setting up the Southside CRA, Frenchtown Southside CRA for. So it's exciting stuff. We're community development builders and specifically affordable housing developers. So for us, this is all part of the initiative and part of the goal. So I wanted to thank you all for taking those initiatives, and I think you guys are on the right track. So I also heard Chairwoman Minji Kim's representation of the CAC meetings that we attended, and I'm a little perplexed by it. I vehemently disagree with the representation. I would encourage you all to take a look at that video, which was recorded. We spent probably 2 hours listening to other presentations. We're rushed through a presentation that we had whereby we were coming back for the second time after already having met with the CAC, getting direction and good feedback, going out there, reaching out to the community, and I'll talk a lot more about that, putting together a game plan for a very specific community benefits agreement that I think we've come to a really good position on, that in consideration for a nominal funding request for a development that's in hand and ready to go, not one that I heard earlier today, whereby you're committing funds to a project that may happen in the future, has not secured funding, has not started the development process. This is a bird in the hand. This is a development that we are ready to proceed on that's going to provide affordable housing units for a period of 50 plus years. We have covenants in place that'll ensure that affordability for 50 plus years. So I would just like to kind of set that perspective out there that this is a project that's ready to go, shovel ready. Fortunately, we didn't come to the CRA at first. We didn't frankly need the funding at first, and it's not our nature to ask for things that we don't need. So the reality is, it was started this project 2 years ago. We're in a very different environment with COVID, and now as a result of COVID, consequently, the entire building and construction markets have just gone haywire. Raw materials, labor, increasingly expensive, and we're looking at ways to try to offset that. So this, to me, before I get into the presentation of the actual project, really seemed like when we came to you all in early in the year, like it would be a win-win. We would be able to utilize the CRA funding to help us offset these costs in lieu of going to a measure of value engineering the site and trying to cut out amenities or resident programs or the aesthetics of the development to make up for it, where if we had the funding participation from the CRA, we could maintain that integrity and in consideration for that, provide a comprehensive community benefits agreement that we'll discuss here today that I think is right in line with everything that I'm hearing and I've heard so far as to what the neighborhood plans really intend. So to me, this seemed like a win-win, and we were a little surprised by the CAC and their disposition. I did hear some positive feedback at the CAC meeting, so it was not a unanimous position that this project was not supported. There were some individuals that we did hear some positive support from for what that's worth. And the comments specifically that I want to address is that we have not reached out to the neighborhood, that we have not talked to any community programs or services to implement, and that's just not true. That's just not true. So I want to talk a little bit about that foremost. This property is at the corner of the southwest corner of Magnolia and Country Club. We have about 12 single-family homes on the western property line. Those are the homes. On the southern property line, we're fronting Magnolia, so there's nothing there. Across the street is the golf course. On the other property line is a vacant lot and a big easement. There's a multifamily development on the east of us, and on the west of us, there's 12 single-family homes. Those are the residents clearly going to be most impacted by this development. And in due course, in our standard operating procedure, we reach out to our most impacted adjacent residents. We've worked with them to come up with a solution to provide additional landscape buffers, to raise the height of a retaining wall, as well as a PVC fence that provides them with privacy and consideration for that. They have now supported the project publicly, and I know staff can speak to this a little further, but we have agreed to a number of commitments, fencing, walls, et cetera, to ensure that those residents were not going to be impacted by this development negatively. We've talked at length with them about the programs that will be provided, the tenants that we're serving. And after we met with the CAC and staff initially in April, we got the direction of some other groups to reach out to, one of which was the South City Neighborhood Association. And you know, despite us reaching out multiple times via email, over the phone, and staff reaching out as well, we have been unable to connect with Marie Bryant, who is the representative of that neighborhood association. It's not for lack of initiative here, and we certainly would still welcome that meeting. We've also reached out to LaTanya Raffington and Daryl Jones of the Economic Vitality Department. We have come to an agreement, which we'll speak to on the community benefit side, whereby we are going to implement the WB MBE thresholds of 15% and 8% respectively between the minority business enterprises and women business enterprises. This is pretty common in our world in affordable housing. We partner with a lot of CRAs. This is not the first time we've done this. And the typical cadence of this conversation is that we come up with the concepts, we come up with the partners, we put that into a resolution, which I'm assuming is what we hope to be adopted today. We work with legal staff to then put together the documents and covenants, et cetera, that associate the loan with the benefits agreement, so it's formally adopted within the project when we close on the financing. So that is part of the development today is the WB MBE participation, and we are already in close communication with our contractor to try to place the remaining portion of the job that's outstanding that has not been bought down in those contractors. We've sent everybody on the list that's been provided to us the bid information, and we're hoping to get bids back, and we're hoping to engage with those local business enterprises. We've also reached out to Tempo. Dr. Thomas and my team have been in a number of conversations, and we're placing a couple of graduates from that program into management positions and construction positions. So that is certainly something that was encouraged of us, and we have put that in place. The last thing is, well, not the last thing, but the other big thing that we have in place today is the memorandum of understanding. We have an executed memorandum of understanding with the Big Bend Continuum of Care. You know, we've heard in multiple conversations about the condition of the homeless population and trying to manage homelessness within the city. So this specific MOU goes to directly address that. We have 6 units that we are setting aside for direct referrals by the Big Bend community continuum of care. So they will be placing transitioning homeless families into the property to get them back on their feet, provide them with a safe, quality, and affordable place to live. And this is something that is already in place and executed and will be part of the community benefits agreement should we move forward. I'm not sure if I can use my PowerPoint and what my technical means are at this point, but I did prepare some slides that I would like to cover pretty quickly. Really just more about the development itself. I'm not sure how much the commission has been vetted on this at this point, so I'm happy to share those slides if that's possible.
We
Whoever may help me on that.
we actually have them, and we're looking at them as you speak. I don't know if you can see. He can't hear me, can he?
I'm not sure if I can do that. Okay, perfect. So the first slide, if everyone's able to see that, first slide is just the facade, rendered facade of the building. You see, it's a pretty attractive development. We got some texture there. We got different material uses. We have aluminum louvered eyebrows. We use standing seam metal roofs over the entry breezeways. It's what you would see in a Class A residential community, but yet it's affordable housing. So there's no way to distinguish this product from what we develop in another department of my company who handles our market rate developments. This product is of the same standard. Second slide, please.
Mr. McDowell, I know you can't hear me, but Melissa, if you would let him know, we've had the opportunity to see his PowerPoint already.
Madam
Okay,
Chair.
perfect. Okay, well, thank you for taking a look at that in advance. You know, I guess what we're here today is we understand the CAC's opposition to this development, or at least some individuals within the CAC. But I want to be very clear that this development certainly could benefit from the CRA's funding to maintain the integrity of the development. And in consideration for that, put together a community benefits plan that is demonstrated on the last or second to last slide of the presentation, that will go into formal document with legal. That'll be a recorded covenant or exhibit to the loan documents with a project that's ready to go today. And we hope that you consider this from that perspective and for the betterment of the community. And we're happy to continue to work with any neighborhood association and continue to work with the CRA to provide, to any extent, greatest extent necessary, further benefits that may be desired and that we can support. So I'm here to answer any questions, and thank you very much again for the time. It's been an interesting path, but we appreciate any consideration you'll have on this project today. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
He's good. Okay. All right, I'll have the mayor, and then I'll come to you.
Okay, I just want to share, Dr. Kim sent me her comments.
I've read them.
Okay.
You've sent them to us.
Okay, I would like to enter them into the public record at this meeting.
Okay.
But yeah, I can wait.
Okay. So what do we need to do to just do that? Just forward them? Yep. Did you send them to
I sent them to Mr. Tedder.
Okay.
Mr. Tedder can make sure they get in the record.
Okay. Was that it?
Go ahead.
I'll come back to you for comment, but I just want, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the presentation. And I know that this was a controversial issue at the CAC. Mr. McQueen, I appreciate you coming as well, and also providing comments as a member of the CAC as well. And I know that there were some questions about the community benefit that the project provides. Very rarely do I intend to respectfully disagree with the CAC, but this is one of those times where I do, because I think the community benefits are quite clear. The most important of which is that we're adding 110 affordable housing units into our community, which just happens to be one of the top priorities of the City of Tallahassee and the CRA. On top of that, if I understand it correctly, and I've had several briefings on this, but Mr. Tedder, with approval of the agenda item today, it would also bring between $900,000 and $1 million in addition of MWBE participation contracts here locally, going to place, as it was stated earlier, at least 2 of our Tempo graduates in the apprenticeship program. They are committed to hiring locally and developing a smoke-free development. They're going to add 6 transitional housing units for the homeless, which is also a key priority, transitional housing for the City of Tallahassee and the CRA. And the overall commitment of the CRA represents about 2% of the overall project. With that, I will kick it off by making a motion. I fully support this project, and I move option 2.
Second.
And, well, I want to weigh in. Let me second this one, if you would, Commissioner Richardson.
Yeah.
Because the homeless piece is very near and dear to me and what we've been dealing with. So I want to second that one. We'll now have discussion. Commissioner Matlow, we'll just go, I'm sorry, Board Member
that's
Porter,
okay.
I had already acknowledged you. I'd acknowledged you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And, this has been controversial, clearly, and a little bit confusing to me. I was not at those CAC meetings. I understand, I talk as much as anyone about the need for affordable housing, the need for solutions for our homeless population. I am concerned, though, about the CAC chair and what I hear, that the CAC strongly recommends rejecting this application. Their belief that the applicant did not take the CAC recommendations seriously to connect with established organizations, to discuss the additional community benefits that would make the CAC and community members more supportive of the project. The applicant's admission that the project will move forward without our support. In particular, her comment, and I agree with this, invaluable public money should not be given to projects that are feasible without the subsidy. I won't read all of her comments, but one I do think is important to mention is their feeling that they were treated disrespectfully at their meetings. And I just want to say, we talk a lot about the role of the CAC and the trust that commissioners put in them and that the community puts in them to make recommendations. I understand, too, that they are recommendations, and I want to empower our CAC and our community in this process. I do support this project, but I won't be supporting this item. Thank you.
Let me thank you for giving us the chair's comments and your comments. We have 2 CAC members here, or 3 with Ms. Mitchell. Now, if the CAC felt disrespected, it's not okay for that to happen. But I will say this, that when we're looking at what's going to be the community benefit, it is my understanding that by this delay that has already occurred, we've already lost some benefit. And if we continue to delay, we're going to lose more benefit. The Office of Economic Vitality, and I've had some conversation with Darrell Jones, the Deputy Director. The benefit to the minority businesses alone is really key. But the other community benefits, and I wasn't at the meeting, I don't know how it was presented, but I'm looking at, and I can't take that into effect because in my decision, but I'm looking at the community benefit, and that's what, in the end, that's what really matters. And I know that this project has been going on because there's been great conversation about it before they came to the CRA, because they were funding their own project until it sounds like they may have hit a snag with cost and what have you and looked for some reinforcement, because I was contacted by some of the neighborhood folks in where they're being built. And Madam Attorney, I think were you engaged and involved in some of those discussions? I know Abena Ojendayo had been also, and that's why we have some of these things in here, because Abena negotiated with them for this transitional housing for the homeless. And I'm sure Dr. Thomas negotiated with them for the tempo piece of it, and then just some local flavoring, affordable housing. These things did not happen. They didn't just come into our community and say, hey, we're gonna give you da. There's been some great conversation to come to this conclusion. And yes, they could fund this project themselves and not give us any of this, not allow any of this.
understand.
But because they're asking for public dollars, this now becomes a public arena for this to operate in. And so we're expecting some public community benefit. So that's why I can support it. And that's where I am. And again, it's not, if the CAC felt disrespected, it is up to,
They're saying they did.
to the developer to offer an apology or whatever, so we can move on, or whatever it is we need to do. So, yeah. We signed up for this, though. They didn't sign up for this. Commissioner, Board Member Richardson, did you have comment? I'm coming down the line. Okay.
I think Commissioner.
Okay, y'all won't let me be linear
No, okay.
today. I'm trying to be linear, so I don't miss anybody, but
All right.
go ahead, Board Member Matlow.
Okay. Look, I'm going to vote against this respectfully, and here's why. Our resources at the CRA are not infinite. There will always be more projects, and frankly, we can't approve them all or we'll run out of money. We have to prioritize what's important to our community. We have to prioritize what gets the most return on our investment. And I look at this project, and I do agree, 110 affordable housing units is great, and I'm glad that we have people recognizing the value of building housing in Tallahassee, going after low-income housing tax credits to deliver those projects. But it being said that that project would be delivered with or without CRA funding is telling, because that's $500,000 that we could put into Frenchtown directly for neighborhood improvements, or in South City for sidewalk infrastructure, things that really make an impact. And I think that is the CRA's role. And secondly, on the minority participation, I'm a little bit insulted, because the idea of us as a community wanting people to work with minority vendors, that shouldn't be only if I pay you, only if you get government funding do you go out and search. So for it to be said that a lot of the project has already passed and we didn't work with minority vendors, but now if we get some money, we'll work with minority vendors. That's not what we're looking for. It doesn't cost a developer any extra money to reach out to minority firms and find people who can work beside them. All they have to do is want to. All they have to do is have the will. So when we get to a point where, this is a community benefit only because we get $500,000 in CRA money, that doesn't sit right with me, and that's not enough of a community benefit to address these dollars, when I know we could invest $500,000 to people who would willingly do it up front without any preconditions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Richardson?
Thank you.
And then-
Thank you,
and then
Madam
Mayor
Chair.
Taylor.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with Commissioner Matlow, because I think this is a top priority for the City of Tallahassee. It's a top priority for our CRA. It's a top priority for our community. I mean, that's all we've been talking about is low income and affordable housing for the City of Tallahassee. We have entered into partnerships with Habitat for Humanity, partnership with Tallahassee Lenders Consortium. We've changed ordinances and policies to encourage low income and affordable housing development. So I don't know how clearer we can be that this is a top priority for the City of Tallahassee. And then when we talk about addressing, transitioning those who are without housing from homelessness to possibly home ownership, that just adds to it. Because and there could possibly be, at the end of September, when this eviction moratorium is finally 100% lifted, we could see more of that in our community, more homelessness. And so absolutely, we need solutions like this, and it should be something that we can support. The minority business participation, even if it's the $4 million, I think you talk to any of the business people that were here earlier, they will tell you they want a part of that $4 million. Now, can we work with this developer in the future to increase that and encourage that in future developments maybe, certainly. But they had to move forward. They had to do what because the rising costs of construction, they couldn't delay that any longer. They had to move forward. But this is such an important benefit to this community. The issues that have been raised, in my mind, do not justify, and I have a great deal of respect for our CAC. Everyone who serves on that CAC are wonderful people. They put a lot of time and effort into this. But ultimately, we're the decision makers. We want to empower our CAC. I think we've done a good job of that, and we've got an item coming up where we're going to address that again in terms of the makeup of our CAC and empowering them as our citizen input to this process. But ultimately, you know, we are the decision makers, and I'm ready to go forward in terms of supporting this particular project. That is, the request that they're making is 2% of the entire project, 2%. And we're saying that we can't support that. I mean, I think that's what the CRA is all about. We put more than that into North American Properties projects in Gain Street and Cascades, far more. And so, and they aren't addressing our housing issue or our homeless issue. And so I strongly believe that this is the kind of project, in terms of where our priorities are as a city and CRA, this is the kind of project that we need to support.
Mayor Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And I agree with Commissioner Richardson. Madam Chair, I was prepared thinking that the argument might come up that they're going to proceed anyway with this project, regardless of the CRA investment or not. And, you know, what I have heard is, and what we heard in the presentation, by the way, very clearly, is value-added engineering and construction and development. And what that means is that if we have the CRA investment, that's going to allow this project to move forward with character and certain amenities that, quite frankly, I think it doesn't matter where you live in Tallahassee. Yeah, it's great to live in an apartment complex with a pool. And by building these additional amenities, because of our investment, covering some of the costs, the additional costs of construction, specifically wood, it allows them to do that. It allows them to build with character, which we would also have a say in as an investor in this project as well. And so I do think it's an opportunity to move forward. And it's not a matter of negotiating more or less MWBE contracts. It's a matter of being able to do more, therefore bringing more subcontractors to the table, which they are guaranteeing are going to be MWBE contractors. And I think that's a great thing. I think that we should invest in all aspects of this community geographically, and that everyone should have the opportunity to live in great housing that's got character and good amenities. And as Commissioner Richardson said, it does represent only 2% of the overall investment. So I stand by my motion of supporting the funding for this project.
Thank you. And I think that we need to make sure we understand where this is located. This is right up the hill from South City.
Exactly.
So it's in the South City neighborhood. And I'm not offended about the minority participation, because we have, and myself as a minority vendor, not with the City of Tallahassee, but have been with the state of Florida, we're just accustomed to there having to be a carrot to make people work with our businesses and our companies. And so when you have someone who is willing to do that, and I applaud the efforts of our OEV office to work with this company to make sure that our minority vendors get a piece of the action, because, you know, they may not have, and we don't know whether he was already doing business with our minority vendors or not, but because of these public dollars, we now had something to say, you will, whether you have it or not, you will. So I stand by my second, and we're ready to vote. All in favor of the motion on the table, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries 3-2. Next item is 7.06.
Madam Chair and board members, this is a proposed Greater Frenchtown Southside District Community Benefit Agreement Guidelines. Attachment 2 clearly presents the process and the community benefits at which staff will take applications when they come through a process and move them through that process. At your last board meeting, you also were concerned about having the development agreement come concurrent with the requests that move forward. This community benefit agreement will require that development agreement to be in place prior to the CAC's recommendations, so that basically they're seeing the entire package move forward through the process. I think this alone, and thank goodness to the CAC and especially the CAC chair, this will help the process that we've been struggling with several of these projects in the future. So this is, I think, in my opinion, is a really good deal for how we process applications in the district. And with that, staff's recommending option 1.
Move option 1, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved that we accept option number 1. Seconded, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Thank you. Item number 7.07.
Madam Chair, if we could have Sherry, if she can hear us, present this item very quickly so that the community can hear the changes that are occurring. Sherry, can you hear us? Make sure she's up to the mic so we can hear.
I can. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, let her know we can hear.
Verbally.
Okay, I think there may be some delay. I'm here, Melissa. All right. There may be some delay. I'm listening to you on talgov.com, but I'm trying to watch through WebEx. But item 7.01 is the okay, I can hear. 7.01 is the Citizens Advisory Committee bylaws revision. And at the last CAC member, it was discovered that there were a couple of members that may be ineligible for membership on the current bylaws. So working with the CAC, we were encouraged to go ahead and revise those bylaws. And so what we've done is we've revised the bylaws to include residents in the neighborhood. Not only do they reside in the neighborhood, but they can work or own property in the neighborhood, as well as the representative for the Capital City Chamber of Commerce. We've indicated that the Capital City Chamber of Commerce could recommend someone to represent the chamber and not necessarily be a member of the chamber. Also with the Southside Business Association representative, since the Southside Business Association is no longer an association, we indicated that the representative from the Southside Business must own or operate a business or own or lease commercial property within the Southside section of the redevelopment area. So with these revisions, one member of the CAC would be eligible, and that would be Mr. Mataki Akbar. However, Mr. Walter McDonald would not be eligible based on these revisions as a CAC member.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Curtis.
Madam Chair, I was wondering, Madam Attorney, if you could speak to, or if Mr. Norvell is here, I had asked the question if the CRA board is able to waive eligibility requirements for a CAC member.
Well, certainly because the bylaws come from you. You are the creator of the bylaws. You could waive them. However, whether or not that's, an appropriate practice in light of public notice and the intent and purpose for the CAC members. I mean, usually you want to have some connection to the purpose of the CRA and the community. So, the recommendations that we have, they show that connection, right? That they reside, they work within the district. So usually, the people that you would have on your CAC would have that kind of connection, some rational relationship to the CAC. So certainly, because you are the creator of the bylaws, you could waive any requirement.
And Mr. Tedder, I know there was some discussion yesterday during our briefing about how we would proceed with Mr. McDonald. Can you elaborate on that?
Correct. So I think following in line with what the city attorney's office is saying, the best approach would be to amend your bylaws if you would like to include someone who does not live or own property in the district to reflect that. The second option would be to provide a waiver at the appropriate, whether it's an applicant coming in or, again, I'll have to defer to the city attorney on how to make that waiver.
When I looked at the current bylaws, there is a member already who does not live, work, or within the district. So you already have someone like that on the CAC who doesn't have that work, property ownership, reside connection. But I think if you're asking, can you have someone else in addition to that?
Well, I guess I'm just wondering what happens with Mr. McDonald. He's already been removed from the CAC, and so now there's a vacancy. And you, go
So
ahead.
the neighborhood would then,
Make a new appointment.
yeah, make a new appointment.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Move.
Commissioner
Sure.
Maddow?
Yeah, just on point. So the two members, it was Mutaki Akbar and Walter McDonald who had conflicts with the current bylaws, and this would bring, and Ms. Mitchell?
Ms. Mitchell was
They
good.
resolved that.
That was
good.
resolved, okay.
Okay.
And this would allow for Mutaki Akbar as a business owner to be included? Okay. I think as a representative of Providence Neighborhood Association, and since it's kind of sprung on us to allow him to at least, complete that term, I would be open to and move that we go ahead and approve the updates to the bylaws and provide a waiver for Mr. McDonald to complete his term.
Before we do that, let me say this. I too would love for Mr. McDonald to complete his term, but what we do here has rippling impact. If we're gonna do this here, then we open the Pandora box for others, even on other boards. If there are requirements that you have some tie to the community that you're representing, then we need to make sure that, because we heard Mr. Barber say earlier, that, we don't have people from Frenchtown that live in Frenchtown on the CAC. So we don't want to, I would not want to make it where we can just waive without a public notice, without any announcement. What we have to operate with today is what has been publicly noticed. And these bylaw changes have been publicly noticed. And so if we're going to do something like that, I think the public, especially the Providence neighborhood, would need an opportunity to weigh in or say something. And I've not been contacted by the Providence neighborhood. So, so I don't know what their preference is. And so I don't want to act on their behalf without having heard anything from them. I'm only prepared to deal with what has been publicly noticed. And that's where I stand. I'm looking at Commissioner Matt. Okay, he looks like he still has some more in him.
No, I see what you're saying, and I don't think we should make any changes to the bylaws as proposed. I just think consistent with when Mr. McDonald began serving on the board, the issue wasn't raised then, and then to, in the middle of a term, say, oh, we found a technicality to remove him. I'm just saying, so that would be a special exception. This would set a precedent for anybody who's serving on a board that isn't qualified under the bylaws to be able to continue serving. But I think this is probably a one-off situation that we'll ever run into again. So that's why my recommendation would be to allow him to continue to serve off the term, and then at the expiration of the term, the replacement would be able to follow the bylaws as presented.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, we're ready to entertain a motion.
Move option one, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, Boardman report, I saw you put your hand up.
Yeah, I'll just say, I mean, if that's a motion, I would second it, but it doesn't seem like that's where the board is going. But I would be supportive of allowing Mr. McDonald to finish his term.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion on the table, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So everybody voted? That's unanimous? I didn't hear, okay. Okay, unanimous vote to accept the approved updates to the CAC bylaws.
All right.
And in regards to what we, what happens with Providence representative, then I think that Mr. Tedder, your staff will reach out to the Providence neighborhood to get a replacement. And as far as the Greater Frenchtown Front Porch community, we would then reach, I'm looking at Madam Attorney on this one, would it then be proper to reinstate Attorney Akbar?
That's correct.
Okay. And so we would get a letter, do a letter to reinstate, and then we would do a letter to the Providence neighborhood asking for a replacement representative. Yeah.
Yes.
And Mr. McDonald, he has been outstanding. I had no idea. He's been outstanding, and we hope that he will continue to be involved at some level. But it was brought to my attention that the address that he listed on his application, he's totally out of Providence. He's down the street from me.
Yeah.
So it's hard to fight that, with knowing that. Okay. Next, we'll go to item number 8, Downtown District Policy Formation and Direction. Mr. Tedder, do we have any items?
Yes, ma'am. Item 9.01 is the approval.
Oh, okay. Nothing in 8.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, we're going to 9. Let's go.
Yes, ma'am, on both districts. Item 9.01 is the approval of the draft TLH Arts, Inc. Community Benefit Agreement. And to make this really short, you had attachment, well, let's just go to attachment 6, was a revised agreement that we worked with in conjunction with the City Attorney's Office and Jake Kiker, and that we've come to an agreement to terms on how the money would be dispersed and a time frame in which that would occur. And I think that was 2 things that you all asked to make sure that this project moved forward. So there's a check on the dates and time to move the project forward. If they do not meet those terms in that agreement, then I'm assuming that would be the violation and a potential termination of that agreement. Also in that process is a window for them to come back and check in with you before they go to permitting to say, this is what the work we have done over time with the community. This is the project that we envision taking to the permitting process so that you all can see what will be funded with that project as it moves forward through funding. There are some questions that are coming back from the county's review and direction based on the request that was sent over to the county. And one is the ownership of the land, and the county also wanted the review of the agreement that you will be reviewing today. Your item at the July 7th City Commission meeting will raise that as an issue, and it provides a cure for that. So that would be the appropriate location for the decision of who owns the building at that time. So this is clearly the agreement on the dispersal of the CRA funds consistent with the state statutes.
Okay. I know, oh, there you are. You moved. Are you good with this, Mr. Kiker?
Yes, we are.
Okay. All right. So that's staff recommendation that the CRA board approve the draft TLH Arts, Inc. funding agreement.
That is listed under attachment 6.
Okay.
Move staff recommendation on option 1.
Second.
Madam Chair.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded that we accept staff recommendation. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 9.02.
Madam Chair and board members, we gave you all a very detailed presentation during your briefings regarding the budget. We discussed the changes that the CAC recommended. Really, the action is if you had any major concerns or direction for us, we would take that in consideration. At our August CAC meeting, we will have more defined numbers in terms of revenue that will be coming in, as well as balances that remain unspent to kind of plug any holes that we have that we may create with any direction of adding projects. So It's in very good shape. For the most part, it's very consistent with the 5-year investment plan that you all approved last year, and we're just kind of moving that forward to the next year. If you have any questions or concerns or direction to us, this would be the time for you to give that direction to us moving forward.
And you're recommending option number 1 and option number 3, which is option 3 returns the $625,000, rescinds the $625,000 loan for the urgent care clinic.
That is correct.
Okay.
Move staff recommendation, Madam Chair.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded that we accept staff recommendation. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. All opposed? Thank you. Item number 9.03.
Item 9.03, at your May 13th board meeting, you asked staff to bring back an item that identifies reviewing the membership of the CRA boards across the state of Florida. This item essentially provides all of that data for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Attorney, I know that in our conversation, you brought something to my attention in regards to the interlocal agreement regarding this.
Yes, the interlocal agreement we have with the county provides that the county would have to waive or consent to any change from this body being the the city commission being the CRA board.
Okay. All right. What's the will of the body?
Madam Chair, I made my position on this abundantly clear when it came up. I think we have a model that is shared by many of the municipalities across the state, and our model is working. We have robust citizen participation, and actually that would be diminished if we considered adding citizens to this board. We wouldn't have 9 citizens on a citizen advisory committee potentially. And so my recommendation or my motion would be that we continue with the leadership model that we have currently with the CRA board. And that's in addition to the technical issue with the county having to agree to it as well if we move to something different.
So that was your motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and second that we maintain the current board structure. We'll open it up for board discussion. Board Member Porter, I see your hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some thoughts about this. I am not comfortable making I'm not going to make any proposed changes today. One thing that I was thinking about and wanted to bring up, and I do hope that we continue this discussion. I know that the action today, I know the motion that's on the table, the action asked of us was just to accept staff's report and then, of course, to give any other board direction. One thing that I was thinking about is if we would consider, and I want to engage the CAC a little bit more on this, but so I'm not proposing we take any action on this today, but I think it might be helpful to have either the chair or someone here with us as we have some of these discussions to have their input. That's something that I think, the way that we have the CRA director or our city manager or our attorney as part of the discussions could give them, without a vote, could give them a greater place in the discussion. That's a thought that I had. As I said, I'm not planning to make a motion about that today. I don't really even know what the CAC thinks about it, but I do think that there might be opportunities, whether it's even including in the, small changes, whether it's including as part of the agenda items. I know that I would like sometimes a little bit more information about the CSC's reasoning, especially when they provide a rejection of an item, perhaps some changes to the agenda, even where we put, fiscal impact, like just CAC recommendation or something. I think there might be a greater discussion to be had, but at this point, I don't feel comfortable making any other, recommendations to change the structure of the board.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All in favor of the motion on the table, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It passes unanimously. Item number 9.04, the direction on the CRA Executive Director position.
Madam Chair, if I could, before Sheila presents this, let me just first say thank you all for allowing me to serve as the interim executive director for the last 2 years. It's been a pleasure and honor to do that. And I think what you have found over time is that the entire city executive team, we do what it takes. We put in the time and we put in the effort to make sure that the city keeps going. And not only keeps going, we keeps going in an excellent manner. And I think over the last 2 years, over your guidance, we've kind of brought the CRA back a long ways to where it needs to be. And Mayor, I remember your first meeting here is that was your goal, to say we want to bring the CRA back to where it wants to be. One of the things that when I started sitting as the interim executive director, my primary goal was to get the money to the neighborhoods, just like you see tonight. And I'm proud to say with your approvals and in our 5-year investment plan, we've got over $14 million that is being allocated to Bond, Frenchtown, and Providence neighborhoods, which I think is pretty doggone awesome. I do think in your consideration, timing is important. We have Rick McCraw, who has been putting off retirement, trying to figure out how this stuff works out. His time is very limited, and I think certainly by the end of September, he's going to be out. So I think when he goes, if there's no decisions made on this, and we still are kind of hung up on hiring his position, it's going to put Sheila and Sherry in a very uncomfortable position trying to get the workload done with just the two of them in the seat. I think the timeline that Sheila has in her program is a good timeline, perfect timeline in terms of transitioning period. Rick would be leaving by September. I think really the last CRA board meeting that I should be presiding over, it should be the September meeting. That's the beginning of the fiscal year. And I think the October deadline would give you a great opportunity to choose that next director for that position. And just some couple observations. Again, the CRA is not exactly where I want it to be right now because still the pending position changes. What I have noticed is that the CRA is very vertical in organizational structure. It's staff stacked on top of each other, when I think there's a great opportunity to have it more horizontal. And by that, I mean, you've got really 3 districts, even though it's 2 CRA districts. You've got a downtown, and then the greater Frenchtown South Side that has the Frenchtown and the South Side district. And I think it is very appropriate to have, for lack of better terms, coordinators for each one of those areas that the community knows exactly who they go to, and that person can get out into the community and be known and see what's going on in the community and having that contact on a day-to-day basis and bring those recommendations back to you all. So with that, I just wanted to kind of leave with that. I think it's probably appropriate that for this discussion, I'm going to just step out of the chambers and let you all have that conversation, but I didn't want to leave without, again, saying thank you for the opportunity. I really enjoyed it, so thank you.
Well, you ain't gone nowhere yet, Wayne, so don't say goodbye yet. And you're welcome to stay here if you like, but if you want to leave for the discussion, that's fine as well. Thank you for the work that you and your staff have done. And I think today has been like Christmas in July with all of the projects that we've agreed to today, and those couldn't happen unless you all work with the CAC and bring those forward. So Sheila, take us home.
Right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, CRA board members. Thank you for this opportunity. At your May 13th, 2021 CRA board meeting, staff was directed or asked to bring back an agenda item as it relates to giving direction on if you wanted to advertise for an executive CRA director. Over the past month, I have independently, as CRA staff, had the opportunity to meet mostly with each of you to glean your input on direction regarding hiring the Tallahassee Community Redevelopment Agency Executive Director. I do want to give a special thanks or shout out to the City of Tallahassee Human Resources Department most specifically Mrs. Tammy Edwards, who is in the audience here, for her help and guidance and direction navigating some of this. There were a couple of main discussion points that the CRA staff believed to be pertinent in order to advertise, provided that that's the will of the CRA board. Those items included the position job description, which incorporates the anticipated knowledge, skills, abilities of the candidate, advertisement breadth, or what I would call advertisement span, selection committee, community engagement and involvement, and an estimated timeline. I would like to summarize what I took as my sentiments from what I believe to have been the direction I captured from most of the CRA board. Number one, Melissa, do you have a slide up that at least had the pointers? So there were some specific pointers when I briefed or talked to each of the CRA board members that I specifically went over to try to glean consensus on what the will of the body potentially would have been regarding if you wanted to try to advertise or if you wanted to advertise for a CRA director. The first one was, as it relates to the job description, I gleaned from my discussion and from the information that you all were presented with, which was the most updated CRA job description that was done in 2020, that in addition to utilizing that revised Tallahassee job description for the CRA executive director, that you wanted to make one minor, so to speak, modification to the language as it related to the skills, knowledge, skills, and abilities of the applicant. There also was a sample set, very random sample set of other Florida Redevelopment Agency Association job descriptions that were included. And I would like to say that the existing City of Tallahassee CRA Executive Director job description is very comparable to the very random sample set of the ones that were included in your agenda packet. One thing that our job description did leave out comparatively to the other job descriptions was as it relates to an incumbent being required or having to obtain an applicable Florida professional redevelopment certification within 1 year of an employment. This certification is a typical certification that anyone that is in the actual industry of redevelopment, and especially with so many years, either should have or should not be, shouldn't be a negative for them to attempt to get that certification. It is a certification that can be done through the Florida Redevelopment Association. Most of the classes or courses, it is 5 courses that you have to do to obtain the certification, are now taught online. So I want to, first of all, I don't know if I continue to step through, or did I capture the first issue from most of you properly as it relates to the job description and the skills, knowledge, and abilities that you seek for the applicant to have? Board Member Porter.
Thank you. And I don't want to cut you off, Sheila. I think you did a great job with this. And I really loved that our meeting together. I don't want to, jump ahead. I mean, I'm comfortable with, I trust staff to move forward with this. The things that I care about are, I would like to see a national search. I don't think I care that much about the certification, but I'll defer to the other board members on that. And I would like to see, as far as the selection committee, I think that I would prefer that we select, that the board designate a selection committee and that those be direct appointments, perhaps. So those are the things that I care about moving forward. But everything else, I think we're in good hands.
Okay, so let me ask this. So do we want her to finish, or do we want to just go down and decide what we want to pick and choose of what her presentation is?
I'd like to see the complete presentation.
Say again?
I'd like to see the complete presentation
Okay,
before we make final decision.
okay.
Or hear the.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sure. And I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Okay, I have what you said duly noted, thank you.
Okay.
So then the second pointer was as it relates to advertisement and what type of breadth or span we would want to advertise utilizing. Customarily, we would use the typical advertisement breadth, the standard newspapers locally, the Tallahassee Democrat and the Capital Outlook, utilizing standard social media outlets such as Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and Indeed, which truly will be indirectly allowing the national search in addition to statewide and local. We would advertise with the professional organizations, the Florida Redevelopment Association, and the League of Cities. Number 3 was as it relates to the selection committee, utilizing a process for the CRA board to designate a selection committee to review the eligible applications, select and rank of that pool set of applications that comes in, the top 5 candidates potentially for public interview, and ultimate hiring by the CRA board. Number 4, as it relates to community engagement and the involvement part, we would incorporate the CRA Citizens Advisory Committee and the Downtown Redevelopment Commission and the citizens by hosting a public community meeting with the top 5 applicants, if possible, in person or virtually, where they could just engage with the community and both of those commissions or boards and just talk about who they are and give their pitch. The additional item was as it relates regarding a timeline. I understand that you want to be expeditiously thorough, which is paramount because, as it was already mentioned by Wayne, staff is already very, very small, and it is anticipated to be even smaller, potentially with staff retirement and some other personal or medical issues. So the workload has definitely increased and is voluminous for the CRA. I understood that the majority of the CRA board would like to advertise for the position as immediately as possible, which according to City of Tallahassee Human Resources Department can actually happen within the next few days or no more than a week. We would set the advertisement as is customary for other positions of this magnitude as open until filled for this category. We'll ensure or look at the applications as they come in daily and capture an applicant pool and see what we have within 30 days. And then we will go from there to see if we have enough eligible applicants that have applied. If we do have enough applicants that are eligible for the position that applied, then we would move those applications forward to the selection committee to rank the top 5. If that does not occur on the first iteration of receipt of the applications, we would do the iteration once again, going through those steps again, iteratively. And the other thing was as it related to how reporting of the CRA and reporting of the CRA director. I don't know that I actually gleaned your composite from each of you on which way you would prefer that as a board. Would you want to leave the CRA structure as is, the CRA board being a direct report, or are you interested in maybe moving the CRA under another department? So as it relates to reporting, I didn't get a good feel on what was the will of the body.
Say that again.
Say it again?
Could you repeat?
Okay, the options, potential options of reporting. Okay, other, Tallahassee Community Redevelopment Agency reporting and the executive director. Number 1, I wondered could you leave the CRA structure as is? Number 2, the CRA could, and the executive director could directly report to the CRA board. And number 3, the CRA was under another city department before, or other.
Have you sat down and costed out the benefits and the negatives of each one of those options?
No, sir, because this item was for your direction, first of all, to see if you guys were wanting to even move forward with hiring an executive director.
Okay, before we, because I hear you coming. Are you done?
Yes, other than there is an organization that exists already currently the Capital Regional Transportation Planning Agency, which is similar setup, I'd say, to the CRA, because they are Florida statute mandated by Section 339.175. They are an independent organization. They actually report directly to their CRTPA board, not city commissioners or county commissioners. And they actually have a staff services agreement with the City of Tallahassee that they utilize for their administrative functions. And the CRA currently has been doing similar thing already by utilizing a lot of the city staff for our administrative functions.
But there's no formal agreement.
No formal agreement. But it's been it's been like that, as I understand it, for about 20 years. The only differential is I don't believe that the CRA reports directly to the CRA board.
All right, thank you, Sheila. So, from what Ms. Williams has provided, has she captured what you provided? I know from what I provided, she's captured what I provided.
Just for clarity, I think so. I think you've captured everything that was discussed. I think the job description was good. I think the advertisements was good. The selection committee, I think it was kind of how that would be formed was kind of speculated. I think if we're in a hurry, I know we talked about the direct appointments, we don't have to come back and approve a committee. So if, Madam Attorney, if we all direct appointed somebody for the selection committee, applications start coming in, they rank 5, those 5 could come back to us by September. While we're on recess, that could essentially play out. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay.
If you could adopt at this point who you wanted to be on your selection committee.
Okay.
Do that today if you desire.
And that would move forward. Okay.
We could also decide that we want to do our own selection. And personally, I do want to do, not the selection of a committee, but I want to go through the application and select my top 5, kind of like what we did to replace a commissioner,
Okay.
where we go through and we select the top 5, and then we see who we have in common.
We rank them and then.
I think that will go
I'm fine with
faster.
that.
Well,
I'm open to
you
that.
do want to be careful, though, in terms of once you have your top 5, you cannot
Right, we can't
do
talk
that
Interact, right.
outside of this body. So that would mean you would have to come back to this body with each of your top 5 and have a discussion.
Okay, and we could submit them to Sheila to help coordinate a special meeting,
Yes.
to where we can do that. I put a special notice, public meeting, where we could then do it there.
Yes, you could do that.
Okay. Yeah, that's agreeable to me. And then the fourth question was about the interview or public presentation. I'm looking for other people's guidance. I think if we can combine that into one, maybe when we narrow it down to that group of 5, it's in a public setting where each candidate can give a 5-minute presentation. We can ask
did with
interview
the-
questions at
Yeah.
the same time.
Sounds like a similar process,
Right,
doesn't
right.
it?
Yeah, it does. It does.
With the police chief,
Right.
we did the same thing with the
I
police.
think the police chief and the appointment, I think it's the blend of both of those.
The difference is with the police chief, we didn't do it.
Right.
You know,
Right.
Another
The
committee did.
presentations that
Oh,
they
yeah,
did,
yeah,
right.
presentation.
And then the timeline sounds fine, so, yep.
Okay, so I hear all of that. Let's get to
Madam Chair?
who they would
Oh,
report
okay.
to.
Okay. That was one of the things I was going to
Yeah.
speak to. But I guess we could do a statewide selection. My preference would be someone who's knowledgeable about the state of Florida. And, I mean, we brought in a police chief from Colorado at one time, and it didn't work out too well. But that would be my preference. But we could do a national search, but my preference would be someone who's worked in Florida, who understands,
I'll just tell you, since we just having discussion, vote how you like, but national searches cost money.
Yeah.
Then we end up with local people.
right.
So spending, what was it, is it 25,000?
Oh, yeah, no,
Yeah, and then we end up with,
yeah.
You know what we end
In
up
that
with.
case, I would say statewide.
Now, excuse me if I may interject. In my discussion, let's say with human resources and our utilization of social media, indirectly, you will wind up with a national search.
Well, you don't have to
potential.
pay for it.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
On point,
Okay.
the national search we want, we don't want to hire a headhunter to
No.
search nationally.
That's
Right.
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Okay, yeah, that's what I meant, really. Yeah, I'm fine with that, too.
I don't want to pay for it.
The reporting structure, I like the CRTPA model, and would be comfortable with that for the CRA. I think it works well. I've served on the CRTPA for quite a while now, and that model works well, and I think it would work well for our CRA.
Especially if the administrative services are going to be handled through a formalized agreement.
Yes. Yes.
Because I don't want to be signing time sheets and doing that
Right,
kind of
right,
stuff,
yeah,
and
yeah.
that be delegated to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, so let's talk about what we just said. Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and weigh in right now. I'm extremely cautious about doing that and reserve the right to make a final decision at some time. The reporting structure really makes me nervous because if we take the CRA into that and completely separate it, we are taking it out from underneath the jurisdiction of the Inspector General's office. We're taking it out of the jurisdiction as well of the Ethics Board because it will not be part of the City of Tallahassee. It is a separate, independent governmental agency, which means you are taking out oversight of that board. Correct, Madam Attorney?
Well, currently, the CRA really is not per se under the Ethics Board or the Inspector General because it is a separate, independent legal entity.
Right.
Similar to
So
Blueprint.
if we are moving in this direction, I actually personally think that the CRA, like other communities, should actually be a department of the City of Tallahassee with direct response straight up the chain to the city manager, quite honestly. When we are going to find, when we do an economic analysis different from the CRTPA, is that the business before the CRA and the interdepartmental actions with the planning department, with housing services and the BENA and what she does, and the execution of all that with community neighborhood services in John Baker's office, let alone the city attorney's office alone. CRTPA, they hired their own attorney. We would be contracting at fair market value with either the city attorney's office or outside counsel as well. So before we make a decision on exactly how this is going to play in, I think that there should be a cost-benefit analysis of a completely separate entity. This is what we're looking for. Because, look, at the end of the day, if we're going to pay $500,000 to $750,000 in administrative costs through a relationship with the City of Tallahassee, that's taking money out of your neighborhoods. Right? That's taking money out of these projects. And I would rather invest in our neighborhoods and invest that money into these projects and not spend it on administrative costs. So if we can maximize the dollars of the CRA by making the CRA formally part of the city, with the oversight of the Ethics Board, with the oversight of the Inspector General's office, with all of the interdepartmental relationships that we enjoy right now, but doing it at the most effective financial way, I think that's the route to go. With that said, I also personally do not have a problem with the city HR department doing all of the advertising as we do for any other city position on this and having the city manager hire the next CRA director. I do agree that we need a new director. I do agree that we need a director that solely focuses on nothing but the CRA. Wayne has done an absolutely tremendous job. My goodness, I don't even know how he's pulled it off. But he's also the assistant city manager for the city of Tallahassee and has all those responsibilities that have come as well. I personally do not have a problem with the city manager, who I do trust and believe does an incredible job to be able to have the hiring power. The director will report to the CRA. We are a legally binding decision-making body, and what we say will be done, okay? But for the purposes of hiring and the purposes of what does the CRA look like, I think personally the logical next step to maximize transparency, to maximize ethical oversight, to maximize all the city resources, and to truly maximize every dollar that we should be investing in our neighborhoods in human capital, let's just make it a department of the City of Tallahassee. My thoughts, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. The fly in the ointment here is that changes the structure and makeup of the CRA, right? If it becomes a department and not its own entity, will that then require us, via our interlocal agreement, to go back to the county and have to, go through all that? Because when we said earlier, if we change the structure to add citizens, we'd have to go back to do that. So if we did what the mayor has recommended, what are the ramifications of doing that?
Well, you really can't change the legal structure of the CRA. The CRA is a separate, independent legal entity. I think what the mayor is talking about is just for administrative purposes, which is what we have done historically. The question that's being asked is, do you want to change the nature of that relationship such that you have a city manager who actually sort of manages and matters come through that assistant city manager, as opposed to having a direct reporting relationship to the CRA? We can always enter into, as we have done in the past, we have cost allocation agreements to make sure that monies are separated and, there is no we're getting costs paid that are city costs by the CRA. So we do that already. But do you want to have a direct reporting relationship where you have the CRA director, you don't have an intermediary, so to speak, as you have historically had with the CRA? Are you wanting to have a direct reporting relationship? Because we can work out all the administrative matters to the CRA or not.
Which is technically what we have right now, correct?
Technically, what we have right now is we deal with administrative matters, but we have a direct, you still have in a sense, the CRA director reports to the city manager is what we have. And then, but still accountable to you, ultimately.
I'd say we keep it the same to maximize our dollars.
My other concern is that if we're gonna be the ones selecting the executive director and not the city manager or the assistant city manager, we will then have just selected somebody and say, hey, here you go. I don't think that's fair to them, because if I'm the city manager, I want to select my staff. I want to hire the person that's going to be reporting to me, because they've got to be somebody who can work with, that I feel like I can work with, not that a board selected and tossed to me. So let's talk about that, how we think that would work.
Madam Chair. I mean, I agree. The CRA is established by state statute, and it's separate and apart from the City of Tallahassee. I think a good CRA director would be on the ground, be in touch with the citizens, and report directly to the board. I don't think we need to complicate it by interweaving it with different departments and back and forth. We can just have a clean agreement, the same way CRTPA does, the same way Blueprint does. They're not under the Inspector General or the Ethics Board, and I don't think there's any ethical concerns at the CRA right now that would make them separately different from Blueprint or CRTPA. So I think if the intent is to get a director that can be CRA 100% of the time, they should just report to the CRA board, put the agreements in place to make sure the services are carried so it doesn't burden the chair at the time, and we can still have that attorney relationship and relationship with HR and that sort of thing. And I think that will just be cohesive, that it can move forward as a single entity that coordinates hand in hand with the City of Tallahassee. We're not looking for a relationship where they butt heads. Like, we would like them to still work with, the city manager and neighborhood affairs and all those sorts of things. I don't think those are counterproductive, the same way Blueprint works intertwined with our city government. So I agree, if we're going to be hiring them directly, they should report directly to the board, and we should just make the structure reflect as such.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Madam Chair, and the reason I do is because right now, if you look at the structure of the CRA, there's a city manager, there's the deputy city manager, there's an assistant city manager, there's the CRA director. I mean, it's just buried in city bureaucracy. And technically, the CRA director cannot come to us directly. But if we have that direct reporting relationship, then they can come to us directly and report to us. I'd like the CRTPA model, and if we can replicate that, that would be what I would support going forward.
Okay. May I jump in?
Let me just let Commissioner Porter, if she want to say something.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm on the same page with, Commissioner Richardson and Matt Lowe, and I think maybe you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, so I won't be the one that stands in the way. I'll go with the group, and we'll make it unanimous with the process that's set up, and I guess that means go ahead and advertise it and bringing it back. I am very interested and would ask, and I don't know if we need a formal motion for this, but I do think we need the cost analysis of going down this model and entering into the relationship with the City of Tallahassee, exactly what that is going to look like, just so that, eyes wide open, we know exactly what the financial commitment and if it is going to have a fiscal impact above and beyond our current services that are being provided.
And I don't think that's an issue, but we're going to compare that with what? Because do we have one currently?
That's what we're.
Do we have a
Direction.
cost-benefit analysis currently, or what it's costing? So what are we going to compare that one to?
I can do some research on it. I'm not sure.
Because I know, from what I understand, with Wayne doing what he's doing, he's not paid any extra to do it.
Right.
Staff is doing what they do, and to my knowledge, they're not being paid any extra to do it. So I don't disagree that we can do a cost-benefit analysis, but is it gonna cost us any more than what it's already cost us? Probably, because we're not paying, we're getting a lot of service, and then we ain't been paying for it.
So, Madam Attorney, how is this going to work? We are going to function as a department of the city, but have a hired director that reports directly to us, and
I think it might be more in the nature of how we do our cost allocation agreements that we have currently.
correct.
So it's in, it's essentially it's the same employees, but the work and the cost of the work is shifted between the two groups. So we could go ahead and we could look at what we are paying now, for example, with the work that was done by Parks and Recreation. We had agreements to do that work, so we can look at what those costs were, or what, I think that probably just went into effect, so we probably won't have much data, but we certainly can take a look at it to see what those costs
Okay,
are.
and again, I'm in favor of whatever the motion is that'll be coming forward. I'll be the team player today. How does this impact the next executive director's status, and quite honestly, the status of our current employees? Will they be considered City of Tallahassee employees for purposes of benefits and pension? And what about the next executive director?
Same thing.
What's the model for CRTPA? What is the executive director, what does he do?
My understanding is that he just receives, under that agreement, city benefits.
Yes.
So that would have to be negotiated with the city?
Well, we would sign an agreement, yes, that specifically says that and it provides for administrative costs.
And then that would also include, because his staff does as well, right?
Yeah.
I don't know much about his staff, but I would presume that would be the case.
Because I wouldn't think that he would be the employee, and they would be employed by something else. But anyway.
Okay.
I think what we're hearing is that the CRTPA is a model, something's already in place, there's a precedent's already set that we could possibly follow. Just so Sheila has her marching orders, we're wanting to go ahead and do the statewide advertisement as soon as possible.
Right.
See what we get in the first 30 days and go from there. If we don't get what we think we need in the 30 days, because you're going to be advertising until filled, right?
Yes.
So we get what we need in the 30 days, and you'll stop advertising. The candidates, you all are gonna, and I'm looking at Madam HR as well, you all are gonna make sure that they meet at least the minimum qualifications. We do have a preference in there.
Yes.
About the certification, but it's not required, but there's a preference, right?
Yes.
And once you have those applicants, you will let us know. We will be provided the applications for us to review, and we will select our top 5, give them to you. We would then you will coordinate a special meeting, but publicly noticed, where we will then come and, I guess, have those individuals come and do a 5-minute presentation.
Yes.
And then from there, we would then select the the top candidates when they can then meet with the public, one-on-one or what have you? Is that what I'm understanding? I'm looking, is that right?
On the first meeting of all the, is that all the candidates to be considered, or is that we do a
Our
list
top-
of 3?
Our top 5, if we have duplicates, you'll know that.
Okay.
Yes.
So it'll
You're,
be,
you're going to have a meeting where you select your top 5, correct?
Okay. Well,
well,
yeah, or can we just give our top, okay, don't do it that way. Okay, Madam Attorney, tell us what we need to do. We don't want to draw in.
our individual
So
top
you
5.
certainly can give your top 5 to whoever's administrating the process, but what you want to do is have a discussion among yourselves at a meeting where you select your top 5.
Okay, in the public, absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
I got you.
You've done that process.
Right.
And that, just on point, so that meeting, it wouldn't be where the candidates were there. We'll meet as a board, we'll select top 5, and then they'll move to another meeting for the interview
Yes.
process? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then,
Now, so from the top 5, are those the 5 that we're going to take to the community and let or do we, because it could be narrowed down to 3 if there are lots of duplicates.
well, you know, the last time we did the principle of 3, we had a little problem. So I hope we would do at least 5, just so we
Okay.
got a good enough size pool, because, you know, things happen.
And so those 5 then would be introduced to the community, like similar to what we did with the police chief, and they can
Yes.
present themselves, folk can ask questions, and then we make the final decision after we've had that
An
public
interview.
forum.
An interview, public interview,
Say again,
and then public interview,
publicly,
interview.
publicly interviewing.
Sort of like you did the appointed, oh, you didn't do the appointed officials, did you? You did one.
Yeah.
Yes, so you did the, sort of like you did the auditor, so you actually have a public interview process.
Yeah. Sounds like we've got some precedents already set that we can bank on, some experiences that we can bank on. And the timeline, as we heard, that timing is of the essence. I'm not
Yeah.
saying we need to rush, but timing is of the essence because of workload possibilities. So I'm hoping that by the end of summer, we have a candidate ready to start us off, at least for the new fiscal year.
Right. The estimated timeline that I gave was literal to actually already formalize meetings, but clearly we can kind of speed that up by not going by some of the standard meetings that I utilize that example timeline by, which would be calling a special meeting or doing whatever we need to be able to do. Madam Chair, there was one thing that you said that I had a little bit different than how I heard you repeat it for me.
Okay.
And it was as it related to the certification. I believed we wanted that to be a requirement, or to, if the applicant doesn't come with the Florida redevelopment certification, that they are required to obtain that certification within a year. And I think you all have done that similar with other positions. We
Right.
want them to have it.
You're right. It is a preference to have, but if they don't have it, the requirement will be that they should have it within
A year.
that time period. I think we said a year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's similar to the auditor.
Yeah, right. And then I had a situation like that myself one time. I had 6 months to get certified, and so, yeah.
Thank you.
Because it may be that we not, the best candidate may not have it, but.
But they can get it. Thank you.
So do you have what you need?
I believe.
Do we need to do a formalized motion to say all of what we just said, Madam Attorney, or we?
Well, if you consider what you said to be the motion, you can just take a vote.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been probably moved in second, all of that we said. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Let me just say that I think this has been our longest CRA meeting, but it was very
But
important.
one of the most productive, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Yeah.
We got a lot done.
Yeah. It was, to me, it was very important that we not leave anything hanging while we try to take a little break.
Right.
So now, are there any speakers on any unagended items?
There was one.
Ms. Maisha.
Sheila, we have any speakers on any unagenda items?
We had one speaker, Ms. Collier Brown, but she, I don't see her in her room, and looks like Ms. Maisha, are you
Ms.
wanting to
Maisha,
speak?
you want to speak? Please come forward. Thank you for your efforts and what you've done as well. You helping to carry the water as well.
Oh, man, I'm tired. Thank you all very much for your help and everything that we've brought to you today. I did just want to make a point of clarification on 7.05, coming from just my personal perspective, having been at that meeting. And I was, I think what happened, it was some mixed communication, first of all. And so there was commenting not so much about the citizens, the benefit agreement, but more about the outreach effort that was made to the community. And there had been promises in the earlier meeting to have that contact with the neighbors. That was with the organizations, but not with the neighbors. And so that's where the conflict was coming in regarding that. And so there was some heated discussion, which was, I think, where it got to the point where the developer withdrew. And that caused us to have some conflict there because we were continuing the discussion. But once he withdrew, it forced several of us to change to comply with that. And so that's why you ended up with the not movement forward, just so you know.
Okay. It's what you say, and the rest of the story is, thank you.
That's the rest of the story.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
you can actually see what happened.
All right, I appreciate that.
Yeah, he withdrew because he felt like he was being disrespected, and she thought she was being disrespected.
understand.
And so it was like communication.
Yeah,
error.
yeah.
on both parties.
Thank you. Thank you for clearing that up for
All
us.
right.
And one other clarification, I received a text while I was here on the dais. I reported that we had 40 graduates for Tempo, when we
70.
really had 70 graduates
Yeah.
for Tempo. 40 participated in the
Right.
ceremony,
Right.
but we had 70
Congratulations.
Tempo graduates, so beautiful, beautiful. All right.
But thank
With
you
that-
all for today.
Thank you, Ms. Maisha, and thank you, Ms. Scott. You can go to warmer climate now. All right, anything else to come before this board? Thank you, board members.
Great job, man.
We've done it, thank you, couldn't have done it without you all. We've done some great work here today. Now let's go out and help our community enjoy the fruits of their labor as we continue to make Tallahassee proud and Tallahassee strong and keep it great.
All right.
All right?
Thank you.
I see y'all on the back there, South Side Action Plan and Downtown Improvement Authority. We see y'all. Thank y'all for being here. All right. Meeting adjourned.